Squadron right now, there should not be 40 people in Bravo Squadron. I'd be a lot more strict with it. Like I would run it. I'd run a tight ship. You know, I would make sure that we were staying involved with each other and shit, and not just like doing my own thing and not even in a Discord call in the server.
That's a lot more fighters than I've ever seen in their group, so that's kind of interesting.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, is John Ram or whatever not like a? Here's like that's some of the stuff that confuses me is because like it's weird because I kind of think of myself as part of the group because I joined the thing they had, but then I don't really know what the hell goes on. But then like anytime I bring up a thing that was like the last time I was making distortion ships and trying to do like a security thing around a dill just for like fun. It's like people tell me like, oh well, like it's always like they have a head of something, and they direct me to the head of the something, and they're like John Ram's the head of our security, and it's like, what does that have to do with me trying to do like security on a server for fun? I don't know what that means. Like it's just
So the point of direction would be to like so hypothetically pretend I'm John Ram, okay, but I'm not
yeah.
like having a tantrum
Okay.
at the moment. Um,
Is he having a tantrum at the moment?
no, dude, always.
Oh.
Have you never noticed that? Like he freaks the fuck out.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times, but
Yeah, like he will like he's be like this fucking game, dude. Like
yeah,
so loud that like he screams it. Like I have him at 25% and he sounds like he's at 200.
yeah.
But regardless, say you came to me,
Mm.
right? I pretend I'm him, and you said, "Hey, um,
Stainless
this is
steel.
what I want to do. Like for right now, like this is kind of what seems like a fun deal, right? Like I understand you're head of security. Um, could we get together some resources to make this a better functioning plan?"
Oh,
Right? Like that's why they were directing you is to try and get because he's over people, and he can say, "Hey, guys, this is what we're gonna do." For the most part, the people that are really going to answer to that, and will respond to him in that fashion are the people that do take this seriously.
okay. See, some of that is like when I was working on that stuff, it was just they were trying to get me to change my builds to damage the whole time. So just like wore on me after a while. And then but and then they like
Yeah, dude, I don't know. If you want to run fucking distos, bro, run fucking distos.
yeah, well it's like I was doing all the thing is like I do so much testing and I have to do it by myself. It takes me weeks and weeks and weeks and then building I built like dozens of like ballista and then copying weapons and shit in the hangar and stuff just for us to like be able to do some fun shit together, and it got shit on, and it's just like damn. And then like the distortion stuff is basically
Are you on right now?
I was maybe about to. I only got 2 hours of sleep though. I somehow woke up and I'm not like super tired, but I had a lot of
You know what's
shit
gonna? I
going
was
on.
literally. It's crazy. I was literally about to say you actually sound the least tired I've ever heard you.
Well, I'm not like 100%, but it's because I took that break from Star Citizen for like a month or like a few months, and then I came
Like
back.
you sound happier. Like you just
Well,
sound
I
better
was
overall.
happier until I came back to the game. Honestly, though, I found more people in the last couple of days that are more laid back and open minded than I have in the last decade in this game, which kind of surprising, but I'm also trying to get some of the other guys back together. But it's just like as soon as I came back to the game, first thing that happened was like I'm like trying to see if anyone wants to try and do some high risk mining for me. I'm the dude who made high risk mining a term, okay? And then these guys in fucking global chat are like arguing with me about proper usage of high risk mining as a term and how I'm not using it properly. It's like fuck off, you know? And then it's the same thing with like everything. It's just you can't just I can't try shit. I gotta fucking bullshit. It's constant. But yeah. I'm trying to do more of the FPS stuff and all that again though. But I was
I have
curious.
a
I
mole if
wasn't
you want to go
sure.
like ship mining.
A what?
A mole if you want to go ship
No.
mining.
Well, so here's the thing: is because like I do things, but uh, okay. So here's the flip of like I'm wired differently than everyone else. So it's like y'all buy big ships. Like in this game, everything kind of is supposed to have its place. Nobody ground mines or anything in game, and when people ship mine right now, they're using the mole because it's the best. But when I'm doing things, I'm not just mining. Like I don't. I'm not just gonna like go look around for rocks for like 15 hours. Generally, I play the game, and just all I started doing was scanning unknown markers while I'm going to missions. And when I see something that I want to mine, I just have the mining shit in the back. And then if I see someone else mining shit, I can fuck them up because like I have distortion weapons and shit, and I can take all their shit if I wanted to. But I just like general gameplay, and then I run into it. But then when it comes to ground mining, no one else really does it because they don't think it's profitable or anything. But I just try to do it
Well,
for like fast speed. And I have another idea to make it even faster, but it'd be hard. And it's basically just you take a golem, you overload all the rocks on the ground, and then you have like a ship fly behind it with a rock in the back of it, and then someone just suck up all the rocks as you drive by, and it'll take like 3 seconds. Glorious. But
yeah, that actually like might work, dude. Even like if you were to go like one step bigger, right, and do like what's the it's in between a mole and a golem.
I mean, I know there's a prospector and there's a
Yeah, that one.
yeah,
That one. That's like a little bit bigger than the
yeah,
golem, right?
yeah. I haven't tried
Like,
it much. The thing is that I don't fully understand how all of the mining stuff works. The other thing is, I know that basically the more mining vehicles you have, they can work together to break bigger stuff. The thing is, I don't know what the limit of that is because you can never get enough people with a ton of small vehicles to try and break things. But there's things where it's like the golem is really fast, and like when I overload ground mining nodes, the explosions generally aren't big enough to really deal damage. So you can be like 2 feet away from them, be fine. So when it comes to the big rocks, I know that when things explode and the explosions are big, they fly really far apart or whatever. But I wonder if you can overload those big ass asteroids and then fly the fuck away before it blows up and not die, and then
oh no,
go
they just
mine.
disappear.
So like they don't have little chunks at all that are like left over.
Most of the time when it's that big of a rock and that takes that much power, the overload charge rate is so fucking fast
Mm,
that like you'll die if you don't move soon enough type shit.
okay, I'm curious because some of the things like if you do hand mineable stuff, if you overcharge the rock and it's like fully maxed out in the red and it blows up, the like some rocks will like stay in one spot and it's not really a big deal, but other rocks will blow up and they'll fucking scatter like 10 miles away, and it'd be
Yeah.
fucking a pain in the ass to find it. But those same rocks that scatter like 10 miles away, if you get it into the red and you fully max it out but it gets down to like 20% red before it explodes, it's like barely an explosion. So then I'm sitting there like but
Where do you live in the game right now?
uh checkmate.
You're Pyro still?
uh I don't know where I'm at. I'm probably in Stanton, but I was gonna try and run an executive hangar at some point if I can get guys together. The thing is that I'm getting some newer people, and they want a little bit of money, so I'm trying to get some cargo guys that I knew before, and then run like a big cargo run so they can get some money, and then I think one of them have the rep for the new mission, so we might try to do that, but I'm trying to do
Dude,
more
if you want, we
FPS
could.
and boarding actions and stuff on ships, and then with you it was
Yeah.
like the crude ships. Like I was down to try that, and I never heard back or anything. But
Dude, I was down for cruise ships, bro, but like, I don't know if you heard what if I told you what happened, dude. Like, I did I tell you I got everything to get a Polaris?
And it got eaten or something.
Dude, on my way to Wicklow,
Mm,
I 30K'd out of the fucking game because they shut down the shard and it was unrecoverable.
damn.
I
That is
uninstalled the
crazy.
game and then reinstalled it like 3 hours later. But like,
Hold on, I got a guy asking me about org gear. But yeah, that stuff kind of sucks. Like with that much shit, I would probably I would transfer like one atom at a time. I ain't losing jack shit.
well,
I,
that's the thing is I didn't trust to save it in Wicklow because
yeah.
like, what's more notorious for like something fucking up? It's putting anything down an elevator at Wicklow.
Uh,
Yeah, if you want a Backspace Express to Pyro, that's where I'm at right now.
it hasn't been letting me. That's the thing. Like anytime I have backspace in Stanton, I pop up a Grimhex, and then like the last week, I've had bounty hunters up my fucking ass, and then I've started to learn that I basically, if I get a crime stat, I just need to fucking don't even give a shit about Comrays, bum rush Klesher immediately, and get it done. Because any time wasting just isn't good. So
Let's see here. Graphic. I need to turn my brightness up, dude. My game is so fucking dark. Maybe just my gamma. No, I still need a little bit of brightness. Why is it so fucking dark in Pyro, dude? Like, what the fuck? All right, we're gonna do a little jump to Monox.
some of these things, I jacked some more dope ass org names this last week, and then I was almost deciding to try and jack another one. Uh, because it was funny the other day because I put a post online because someone did a comment that was like, what do you look forward to at this year's IE or whatever, and I was like, I really look forward to that feeling of when like I go and I spend a lot of money that I shouldn't, and then I gotta think to myself like, oh, I'm a bad little citizen or whatever.
Oh
And
God.
so then I was like, that'd be a funny ass org name, or it's like bad little citizen, and then the tag is a bad SC. So
Yeah.
yeah, be a pretty good one. But no, there's another one called Advon, and I got to thinking a little bit because it kind of fits my expeditionary kind of fleet idea. But I'm still a big fan of Terracraft. The Star Wars thing, I had 20 Star Wars guys grouped up together, and they jacked my fucking armor idea and ditched me. So that was fun. And
That's fucking gay.
yeah, they were obsessed with the orc core. It the thing is, I'm not opposed to the orc core. The thing is that they're mixing the orc core. They basically were wearing full orc core like MKX armor with the lights on it. And then they had the basic ass like gray with white face Morzov helmet that doesn't match jack shit. And honestly, it bugged me. And then, like the Dillo helmet that I have does match the orc cores, but when you do the color coding on the arms, Uh, they don't have lights on it because it kind of throws it off, but it isn't terrible. So I could use the orc core, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. And now I'm kind of looking for to get the. I need to find a source of white fortifier helmets. If we're gonna try and do Star Wars theme, then we can do like a stormtrooper kind of esque look like that. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm not like, I'm kind of leaning more into a unified thing. Like Terracraft was my original org. I still think it really, it's Terracraft or Advon is the most simple way for me to explain what like the fleet does. It's just ground assault collection of resources and shit, and like supply and logistics and stuff. Things that orgs need but nobody fucking builds in this game for some reason. So they think their giant ass capital ship is gonna like keep itself repaired and fuck people up in the middle of space. They don't have any logistics. But they can fix that after their big capital ship gets them like 1,000 members, and everyone else can get those ships. But the high table is the thing that I'm thinking. I'm going to try and use that because like if you watch John Wick, the high table doesn't really have like a set armor code. It's just it's whatever. Like you have the individual people like John Wick that just wear whatever the fuck they want, and then you have, you know, like the dudes running their hotels and shit, which they all have their themes and stuff. But I like the idea of the John Wick currency in Star Citizen. But when I've talked to whoever is up there with chairman, I don't really talk to all the leaders of their group that often. But he keeps telling me to use John Wick favors and or Wicklow favors and shit. It's because like people are obsessed with the idea that they're not going to do anything in the game for free, so they need an item that's worth something for them to do something. But the whole idea of the John Wick coins is it's favor. Like it's like, hey, will you do me a solid? And you get a coin, and then they pay you a coin later, and you do something for them. That's the system, and it's all like I would base it all off of crew because everyone has problems crewing their ship. So if you can get people to agree to accept this coin as a form of payment for crew members, then you can start, okay, you know, I will serve on your ship, I'll get me a coin, and then I do that a couple of days, then I can crew my ship and I have a bunch of coins, and you can kind of crew all your ships that way in general. And then, you know, people craft weapons and stuff, and they're like, oh, I want some crew for a thing, I'll trade some guns or something for a coin. It'd be interesting, but probably a little bit too hard to pull off, and people would dupe
I mean,
coins and all kinds of shit.
it makes sense though, you know, because like the thing with doing Wicklow favors is they're eventually just gonna get used, and then all of your fucking
Yeah,
resources and like people can just go print more Wicklow favors, you know, if they
yeah.
really want a shit done. So it'd have to be something that you like can't easily obtain.
That's the problem in
But
the game,
you
though,
know,
is because the hardest thing to get in the game that I can really tell is the actual physical coins that you get. But because you can't earn them in game, except for the one last year that you could earn during the pirate event. You get that gold pirate skull coin if you won like deathmatch or something in the arena. But my thing with that is that it's a decor item, and eventually decor items are going to be insuranced, and so it seems like people would be able to dupe those. And so no matter what I do, I think people could dupe the items eventually. And the only other thing you could do is you'd have to actually set up like a website, just like UEX, and then put the currency of the coins on. Like you could say, like basically you'd have to set it up like Bitcoin on a website where it's like every day we get 100 coins that are added to the bank, and we can trade them to other people who are like registered on the website, and then they can trade them amongst themselves, and then you'd have an online trading of these coins. So there's ways you could do it, but I'm not technically advanced enough to do it, and I'm damn sure not going to be able to convince anyone else to do it for free. So
You know what's crazy is that's actually exactly what chairman's trying to do, but he's trying to like bring real life money into it.
Yeah, he's told me some stuff about it in the past. Like, I mean, they're more tech savvy than I am ever gonna be. So, um, and I'm not really that greedy, to be honest. Like, it would be cool to make some money in game, but it's I don't know. Like, even when I streamed and I had people watch me and they try to donate, like, I didn't accept donations. I got a friend of mine who wants me to do insurance sales right now, and he just called me again today as well, and I'm kind of split on trying to get money from people for a paycheck. So
It's not that bad as somebody that's done sales for the past little while.
I don't think it would be that bad. It's just I'm morally conflicted, and like the first thing, and also it's because he's been in sales for so damn long, and he worked with like Grant Cardone and shit. Um, it he speaks like a salesman, and so it makes it hard for me to judge uh, what exactly I'm getting into.
Is
So
so health insurance?
I think life insurance and stuff, but
Oh,
the
worse.
companies
Okay, I
that
mean,
he's working for is like younger people, but like I go back and forth on it. I'm split. Like I work at jobs like I turn down promotions and stuff where I work because I don't really do things unless like I feel like I know what I'm doing, and generally no one knows what they're doing. So like I turn down promotions and stuff at my job, and then people that are like sporadic like ex drug addicts are like getting hired, and I see like all these like backroom things where like these guys are planning on ways to remove the other person so they can try to like take their place and stuff. And like I had this happen now, like a friend of mine joined up there and he became like a bigger boss. He's younger than me, but we worked together like years ago when I was like in high school. And he's become like one of the bigger bosses out there. And then there's a guy who's only been there for like a year, and he has a history of drugs and stuff in his like and he talks like it and stuff. It's hard to understand what he's saying half the time. But ever since he had gotten there, he's also older. But ever since he's gotten there, he's always been like, if it was up to me, it would be me and you running this place or whatever. Like he brown nosed the shit out of me forever, and I'm used to it by now because everyone does. But I kept that place running when it first opened, and they offered me the management spot, but I couldn't really afford to risk losing losing any money at the time, and I wouldn't have gotten any more money doing it. But that guy is like buddied up to like the main bosses, and the chick who got promoted above all them before started hooking up with the biggest boss. So like they're not together, but they're like sleeping around. So
what?
so she's wiggled up in there and has taken over like one of the upper management spots. The other guy has convinced them to make a management position over my area, and then he has taken that one, and he doesn't even know how to work a fucking printer. So I had to explain it to him like 20 times. And then I also had to write it down on the board. But my friend comes in, he gets put like in the middle of that, and then like not even too long after, he's like whispering about like how that guy is like letting people off work with pay and all kinds of shit, and he's trying to convince all of us to write a report up against him and stuff, and he was trying to convince me to like try and take days off of work to bait him into telling me that I could have pay when I leave and then report him for it. I'm like, I'm not getting involved in your bullshit. You know, it's like every job that I go to these days, it doesn't matter what the fuck it is. I just want to go to work. I want to get my job done. I want to go home. And there's always fucking drama with shit because people are wusses. They can't handle the heat. They can't handle the work. You know, and then they just want to weasel their way up into fucking management. Ugh. So it's like half the time I'm like, just let me fucking take charge. I'm tired of this shit. But then any time that I do take charge of shit, I get fucking canned because I'm like, I don't deal with bullshit. Like I see right through what people do. Like it's just, but you have to care about people's feelings these days. Make them uncomfortable. But whole deal. I don't even know how we got on that topic.
You know, neither do I. But like, is obviously you needed it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I think it's also just like I'm very like I don't know what it is, bro, but like everybody will always tell me everything.
Oh, no, I'm just an open book, but well, I'm an open book besides the stuff that I can't say. So, that's just the thing. I don't really lie. Um, um,
Hmm.
oh God, I got distracted.
Dude, I'm trying to find the fucking VTOL keybind location. Oh, I found it.
VTOL. What you said? Button for VTOL?
Yeah, I finally found it. I needed to like re-enable it
Okay.
or like assign it to my joystick.
Oh yeah, I don't use joysticks. So it's
I play. Oh yeah, dude, I play fucking. Shit's gotten crazy, bro. So, I play Hosam, uh, with pedals
you play with hose.
and head tracking
Okay.
now.
You got a fancy head tracker?
It's a track IR. It's infrared. It's kind
Oh,
of fancy.
sounds fancy. Infrared. So you can see like the predator.
Yeah. Every time I look in the mirror.
Kind of dope. Oh shit. Damn. Actually, oh no, your icon's Zach Bell, isn't it?
Cheers.
Is that Zach Bell? The little puppet kid?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I never finished that. I don't even know if they made another season, but I thought it was because you said you're a predator, and I was thinking that was fucking blonde-headed dude from Demon Slayer. The one that's always like Nezuko.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Zach Bell was a good show back in the day. I just remember there was like I think it got towards the end of whatever I was watching of it, and then there was like a an evil Zach Bell or some shit, and then I don't remember anything after that, so it might have ended.
It did abruptly end.
Mm, it's sad.
Like I think they lost funding like towards the end of a like season.
That is not good. So, what are you doing in game right now?
Trying to mine this 784 tin rock.
Is that worth mining?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't know what stuff sells for or whatever. I haven't got a craft jack shit. I don't even know if crafting's where I heard it like some that crafted items can revert to normal items. The last thing I heard.
That got debunked.
Okay. And there's like ship crafting now. Here's one thing though, is because I can't trust any fucking gunfight that I do now. This is the thing that bothers me with weapon stats because I got fucking rolled the other day. Some dude was watching it and he said it was desync, he thought, but like I got fucking creamed and I was on him. I basically like I was in security post uh Korea, and then I posted in chat because like I cleared my crime stat and I had like 10 hacking chips on me, so I was like crime stat removal 100k or whatever. Next thing I know, there's 3 fucking spaceships just swarming the fucking station, and this dude comes like he comes into the security post towards the like hacking area, and the whole time he's just like locked onto my position. Like before he even turns the corner, he's like looking directly at me. And then I got a sniper rifle, one of those 50 cals. I'm sitting there looking at him like, okay, he's gonna go to the hacking chip. And then he just like looks at me and he shoots up. And then I try to shoot him in the face with a 50. I guess it either didn't kill him or wasn't enough. I don't know. And then I used one of those and he clipped me with his gun. So I took like 40% of my health damage. I tossed one of those like scorch grenades on the stairway because I was like, he's gonna push, and then he pushed up the stairs, hit him with the scorch grenade, and then I heal in the back room. He's pushing up. I toss a second scorch grenade. He gets like stuck in the corner on the side. I have like 20 more grenades, but I'm like, I'm full health. I hit him with a fucking scorch grenade. Probably, I'm gonna push, and I swap to a Demico, like the LMG laser thing, and I go around the corner, and I guess what I should have did is like ADS, and then as soon as I saw his fucking arm or something, like started shooting him in the fucking arm. But instead, I go around the corner. I'm like, fuck this guy, and just straight up hip fire into his like chest at like 5 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
so I get like I don't even know, like good 20, 30 rounds off, and then he just decimates me. And he has a fucking kill shot. So it's like,
Yeah, crafted kill shots are insane.
but that's the thing that bugs me is like if crafted weapons and armor and shit, if I died from that and they are so good that you just fucking shit on people if they're anywhere near you, then I can never trust any fight that I'm in that I don't have the best gear on or like have the best weapon. I literally have to wear him down. Like right there, I could not push. I would have to just sit there and stun him with grenades over and over until he died. Like, I think that's bullshit. That's one thing that's bugged me about this game for a while. Is I hoped that they didn't do that to FPS. I was okay with it with ships, but it's it's a deal. Yeah.
Dude, I was able to successfully break this rock, dude. I'm like picking it all up and shit too.
Mm.
I don't know if tin is any good like at all, but it sounds like it would be important, right? Like tin's used in real life a lot.
Yeah, it's um, they use tin to make bronze or something like that,
Hell yeah.
and probably tin siding
Yeah, I would assume so.
for like barns. I don't know.
Hell yeah, I could build a barn, bro. Space barn.
Yeah, we actually do need The space marine would be kind of dope. Isn't that what the new alien ship is, kind of?
I don't even fucking know, dude. I've heard so many things about that. Like it's good, it's terrible, it's the best, it's the worst.
People have wanted like a snub carrier forever, even though we've had a snub carrier forever. So I don't know what people complain about having. Like people they've always said that shit, and it's like the Carrack could hold like 18 fucking Furies in the past, and then you have like the Hercules can hold a shit ton. Like there's always been something that could hold a shit ton. The Polaris could hold a ton. The Idris could hold fucking hundreds. So I don't know. How long did it take you to get all the stuff for the Polaris? I guess you bought some of it.
Yeah, I
Or,
bought a lot of it and like
yeah.
traded. Like I just like went and got things that people like wanted, bro. Like um I would trade recombinants.
Mm,
I was doing like a bunch of fucking um the like flight schools
mm.
and shit. So I would get like a bunch of the
Ace helmets,
what are they? No, not the ace helmets,
medals,
the other shit. Yeah, no. The fuck, what are they called?
scripts.
Script. Yeah, it was script.
Yeah. See, script. I don't think I'd have a problem with. Like I was looking at all I needed for the Polaris because I want to like build up to it. The hard part would seem to be the helmets because if I run with a party, you can't really split the helmets up that easily, and you don't know if you'll find any. And then the medals because they're just like RNG. So I would try to trade with those, but you know the recombinants and the pearls and shit like that. If you had like 3 to 5 people, wouldn't be hard to do at all. But I don't know what you could trade. Like, can I trade a full set of recombinants for 15 pristine metals? Probably not, but because you could get a full set of recombinant in like a day.
Yeah.
How the fucking mind works. Yeah, I just unlocked Hyperion the other day and the Vandal Tech, but the Vandal Tech mission's been bugged. I don't really care so much about money. I'm just like, I want to try the new event and see what's over there, but I mostly just care about weapons and shit, and I want to do the Radiated Worm. I've also heard that the Radiated Worm spawns rail cannons and Artemis missile launchers, which I want. So
I've still yet to hold one of those.
yeah, I've held one, but I've rarely like used it. Like I've never really used any of them in a fight. But although I've heard that there was like missile nerfs or something, so I don't know if my pepper box strategy is still gonna work. But the thing is that my ground force strategy right now requires a absolute shit ton of missiles, like a shit ton of missiles. Like it isn't like it's not even like it's literally gonna be like your paycheck versus like their skill level of missiles. Like so yeah, it's a whole deal. Like I'm saving up to get some ballista and shit, so like I'm changing essentially I had to go kind of away from the Star Wars theme, and I'm not gonna get a million Carracks anymore. If I ever get to the point where I'm doing Star Wars with Carracks, everybody's just gonna own their own fucking Carrack and we're all flying it in, okay?
Hell yeah. So what I hear is you're about to fucking gift me a Kraken. No, I'm just playing.
I mean, anyone can really use the fleet or whatever. I don't really care, but the thing is, like, I don't plan on using the fleet every day. That's the thing that's like when I show people that fleet, I never fully explained it to any of them.
I'm probably the only person you ever like really broke it down to.
Yeah, but I didn't even show you everything either. The thing is too is that some of it you still got to decide on and shit. But you like right now, essentially you're looking at probably what I'm leaning towards. I might earn a Polaris in game because right now it doesn't really seem that difficult to earn. Um,
Well, don't you have one as a
Please
rental,
prepare
like
to
a
dismiss.
yeah, it's a loaner. I have the original concept that I could get, and then I could also upgrade like a Carrack or something for like $200 or something, and get one if I wanted to. But I do like it for missions and stuff. The thing is that I've never been able to get 6 people together to run the Polaris and the 2 Perseus at the same time. I've never been able to get anyone on any of those ships to use distortion weapons to have boarding parties. And I've never been able to get anyone on there to do mining or anything with the ship. But it is more practical to use for that. Except for now it costs a shit ton more if it gets destroyed, so it might not be. And then my Carrack, generally I can use that for almost everything, except for I can't really mine big rocks with it. And then no one's really ever on the Carrack either. And the Ironclads, they just came. And they have vertical launch systems and stuff for size 5s. So I'm more inclined to get multiple Ironclads than I am to get multiple Carracks. And the Ironclad can do pretty much all of the stuff that the other thing does. It just doesn't have as much like space once you're sticking all the vehicles and shit in it. And it also requires a lot more gunners and crew. So that's a whole deal. It's not
Oh yeah, you
great.
should, did you join my shard by chance? Is that the one you joined?
I have no idea. I just push play.
Were you typing global?
Well, you see like a missile in there and a peaks.
No, I see a Dr. Zombo Tunic and the Fluffy Rainbow Tart.
Yeah, we're not the same one. These guys are talking about Hitler and putting a bunch of zeros and shit in chat.
Okay, so I was gonna say if you wanted to, if you wanted to come like mine or do something and shit, if you'd grab me a hand mining tool so we can hit the caves on Monix, because they're pretty good.
Right.
Hand mining tool.
Yeah, just like the attachment.
I mean, I could probably get one in Onyx if I go over there. I'm all the way in Stanton. I have no idea why I'm in Orison though.
Yeah, see, because like I'm clear over in Pyro, on Monox.
Yeah, what's over there, like Had Night or something?
No, it's honestly it's just a really good high quality like multiple things. Like you can find good quality of a lot.
Yeah. See, what I want to like really try right now is 'cause, like before when I did ground mining, I was going around with geos and like the rock DS or like basically I just go in with like a rock and I would hit everything max power and explode it, and then like fly in people with a geo squad and then just hoover up shit with geos. But or you just go and like break everything with a bunch of geos and eat a ton of people and shit. But then the more like I really think a golem, and then you could take like a Perseus or something and just put like a rock DS on the elevator and just drive it over to where the rocks are and suck them up. And just like speed run it. Like the only thing is that you can't really you still have the thing where like the rocks that spawn are kind of RNG, so you never really know what you're gonna find. So you could still in theory like go around with a bunch of geos and mark it and then get people together and mine it, but I like the idea of just like strafing and harvesting everything in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that does sound like actually fairly enjoyable.
I mean, that's what I was doing when it started the first time, because I was just curious to see if the quality would change with the rocks. I never really looked at the quality, but like my curiosity was basically like, if I did this, will I find like a 900 rock? And
Yeah.
yeah, I found a couple. I don't know if it affects the quality or not, but like if I don't have to think about it while I'm mining something, I'm fine with that.
It just affects the amount that you get.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't care. I could get 2 fucks less. It's the same thing about the Hathor mining cave. Those guys go in there and they harvest all those other rocks. That like anything in there that explodes can like kill you if you're too close. But like if you're on the other side of the cave, you're fine. And so like I would just go in there and overload every fucking rock in there that isn't Karenite, and then jump to the other side and it would explode. But usually there'd be like one rock from each node, and it would bounce around the cave, and you could harvest it. I might not get as much, but like those rocks spawn like 50 times more often than the other one did. So I don't
Oh, they
know
really
if
do
it's
too.
efficient or not, but I just like moving. That's the thing. Like, you know, like let's say there's 40 rocks in there, and you're spending, I don't know, like 30 seconds or something on each rock. It's like 20 minutes or some shit. You know, if I go in there and I can overload all those rocks in like, I don't know, like a minute, even if I'm only getting like a tenth of the value, I can get those rocks, load my shit, and get out of there in like 3 seconds and not get jumped by some guy.
Yeah.
Grim Hex. I feel like I had to have came to this place for something. Maybe ship weapons.
At Orison?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here.
It could be that or like maybe a ship itself.
Maybe. Can't think of anything. I mean, the Spirit would be cool. I only have like a few mil. I need to do the CZs though, because I need, well, that new guy I was talking to, he said that he bought a Gladiator. So, well, he needs some money, so I'm trying to get Alan and some of them to do some cargo runs at some point. I really don't care what we do. Like, I go in and I just do the basic loops that I need for like Polaris stuff, and I make like a few million every day. It's not like a huge thing, but I'm gonna try and capture some NPC ships again, because I haven't tested it in a while, and the missions that I have are spawning like NPC crewed Carracks and 890 jumps and stuff. So, and then that guy, he's the first dude that I've met in like 10 years that's ever, like, he was literally like, all I want to do is just like chill on a planet and just like board ships and disable people and like shoot people with guns. And it's like, you know how rare that is. Like, just the mention of distortions alone just like sends people in a frenzy. You're talking about shooting people and not flying a spaceship. That's crazy. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, no facts. That's very rare. It's rare shit, actually. But I'm landing my mole. Um, hopefully, I'm just gonna bedlog actually, and I'll just join your shard.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
so
there's a
I have to
guy
go
that I'm gonna be adding. I
help
guess.
my next door neighbor, like literally right next door. I need to go help move a couch in and out of a house or something like that.
Okay.
And so it's not gonna take very long. I'm just gonna bedlog very quickly.
Okay. You're like super strong. It's crazy.
Okay, I just bed log, so I'll be right back.
Already.
Hi. You all right?
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Center. Never thought I'd see the day.
Right. I'm not feeling great right now. Got a burrito for one of those stores in Area 18 yesterday, and it did not
Predator
agree with me.
scattergun.
Had to abandon the gig today because I just wasn't up to it. That'll teach me to stray away from the old reliable store burrito.
I was looking into getting one of those like automatic compensating.
G56 setting R1.
No idea how the hell it works, but it's pretty insane tech.
It's crazy mess.
Hey.
Hey.
I mean, hi. Anything new in your world?
You alright?
Mike, there's company policy that all workers must do full equipment check, start of their shift, every shift. Sandra
You all right?
cares about your safety.
I found a service that tracks commercial ships in and out of spaceports. It's hypnotic as hell to watch. Been using it to look for sleep.
Like Blade.
Hey. jinx it.
backwards then look for a stream to Sapphire's championship in the last
I don't want to say
election.
anything just in case I don't get it.
People need to get their priorities straight.
Big deal.
I'm thinking about going on one of those Starliner cruises.
That's how it goes, right?
I hear the vistas are stunning.
Ain't that interesting?
All employees, please remember that any visitors to restricted areas must be pre-cleared with cops. This is for you and your guests' safety. Thank you.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
I was reading on the spec earlier about recast when it was to ship into the class, right?
Not sure I can
Five
stand
Press
it.
says he's back in rehab tomorrow.
Probably kill her before.
Uh-huh.
After the JL Dex incident, we are asking that everyone continue to double check and verify the contents of all containers. Your help is appreciated.
How's it going?
You'll never guess what happened to me. Was struck with dank head coming out of the shower. Found the corpse. Wet corpse. Spotted it on top of it.
Hey.
Sucker punches.
It's really great. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up?
I'm thinking about going on one
So
of
the
those
other day, someone
Starliner
at New
cruises.
ran up to me and asked me
I'm a little worried about being cooped up on a ship that long, but
didn't know
I think the vistas are stunning.
Ambitious.
I guess it's 7 or 1.
Station. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Yep.
But probably need an actual channel to talk into, because I don't know where he... Oh yeah, he is. He's coming towards me. I got a guy coming to me.
The newer guy?
Oh, what?
Is this the newer guy?
The
Is this somebody you've
shuttle
known?
is approaching
No,
the
this
station.
is a guy that was, he's one of the original
Please
dudes,
prepare
like,
to
I think,
disembark. Please clear
second
the
or
hatch.
third
Shuttle
guy
will be
that was in
departing.
Terracraft with me. He's like a crazy Scotsman. He is a fan of Star Wars as well, though, so he was part of the Star Wars thing, but he's been having some health stuff. So.
Poor guy.
One second. God, man, everybody. Hello? Yeah, what's going on? I mean, maybe for later, it'll probably be a little bit.
Please prepare to disembark.
Yeah, the Angus ones are supposed to be better for you.
Hi.
Please clear the hatch.
Alright. Alright. Text messages, random messages, internet messages, phone calls, just stuff. Alright, 1 second. I'll send you a dill. Give me...
Hello there.
Hello there. Give me 1 second. Invite.
Huh?
Should have another guy popping in here in a second.
Oh, there we go.
Alright. So this is us three. The new guy said he has a rail-in, but he just said that he might not be playing today.
Fortunately, I don't have any cargo ships on, say, that I own.
Yeah. Well, see,
Because I don't usually do cargo.
Alan's the cargo guy. I got ships that can move cargo, but I don't do cargo every day. I do like little bitty loads. I don't know how to stack it up and make like $15 billion in 3 seconds.
So it all depends. That mainly depends on how you want to stack it. With certain ships, you can stack them a certain way,
The shuttle is
above the
preparing to
amount that
depart.
you're meant to, because obviously you have the certain grounds that it can attach to. So you'll have like pathways on the side which you're meant to be walking. You can actually stack them there. They won't be secure, as in they'll be attached to the hole, but they will stay as long as you don't glitch them out and just leave one walkway to work. So you just cram as much in there as humanly possible.
I do like that. I've had some despawn on those little ones that I do, because a lot of the times I just been tossing them in there and then I realize a box is missing. But apparently you can like turn cargo missions in for less money.
What's the biggest cargo ship you own? Or have access to right now?
I think it's the Ironclad Assault, but I'm not positive.
What's up?
Ironclad, so what we got back? It's like 500-600 SEUs.
It's like
a cargo?
1,000 or 15, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I think so.
If I log off, I can get a second one if we really need it. But I have to CCU my Carrick. I already have the CCU bot though.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
See, I got a Hercules.
It's got the Ironclad Assault has 1,440 cargo space.
It's not a bad little ship.
Your vehicle
It's
has
really
been
it's
moved to
growing on me a good bit. The only thing is that its turret coverage to me feels like ass. The angles, like the turrets cannot look up and shit at all.
There's a reason for that. It's an assault ship. It's meant to assault ground, not air.
Well, you see, that's not my problem. The thing is that I think I'm tempted to get that instead of Carracks in general, just because one, it moves ground vehicles, and it has size 5 torps, and it has the Paladin turret basically on it. But mostly because I think it can farm everything that you need for like the Polaris and stuff easier. Like if we set up distortions on the front turret and we work multiple turrets together, you should be able to disable an ace pilot in like 3 seconds and then scoop it up in the top to keep the pilot from despawning, I would think.
Yeah.
And then if you're in a party, you really shouldn't be dying against NPCs anyway. And if you get attacked by players, they're probably going to blow up your ship in the first place, so it doesn't really matter if you have a med bed.
You can also just put a nurse on it.
True, but I'm waiting for that tier 2 vehicle and crafter to come out. The command pod did not reattach to the ship. So we gotta fly somewhere first, so I can.
Welcome to the
I probably have a
ASOP Vehicle
cooldown
Retrieval
timer on
System.
it. Are we doing cargo right now, or are we going to Pyro? What's going on here?
I'm in Pyro.
I don't mind either way.
Well, Alan's talking about some sort of route from Pyro and stuff. I'm tempted to run just an Onyx site to get a recumbent for today before going over there, but I would like to do some of the contested zones if they're spawning ship parts.
Oh yeah, let's hit her, if we hit any of them, we should hit obituary.
Yeah, we need the red cards and stuff for those, so we can grab one of those. But I need some distortions, size 4, size 5 distortions, probably size 4. And some NDBs.
I'm very quickly running to Ruin first.
That's the thing. When base building exists, Ironclad assaults are going to be terrifying.
Yeah, I would hope.
Because you think about it, if orcs are going to be assaulting each other's bases, each one can hold 4 tanks.
Yeah. Well, my
You can put a Nova in the top of a Carrack.
The thing is that I don't think tanks are... I don't know, in this game, like, the tanks take up so much room. I'm seeing the tank more as like a howitzer. Like, it's an artillery piece more than like an actual tank. Like, you can deploy like a mass amount of tanks, but you could also deploy, like, if you deploy 16 people in there, you could have a Spartan and a medical Ursa with like your squad, and then still have like 4 guys left over for 2 ballista for anti-air. And then if you need tanks, you could deploy them. My question is, will the Kraken be able to hold tanks and stuff in the bottom of it? Because if it can, that's going to be a big bonus. If it can't, it kind of puts my things in a way. But
another ship that's surprisingly more useful than what it seems is the Liberator, because that thing can also hold ships, cargo, fucking tanks, infantry, also refuel and resupply.
Well, I mean, we don't know if it can refuel and stuff yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it can. I got plans for that anyway, but like if it'll take a little bit of time to finish everything, but everything comes out right. Probably what'll end up happening is I'm gonna have 4 ironclad assaults. And those all have like the size 5 torpedoes and stuff. You deploy ballistas, or the size 5 torpedoes, you deploy ballistas and shit out of them, and you can have like dozens of torpedoes plus extras that you can reload in it. So that's like your anti-air package while your troops are moving in for like your first wave. And then
I think if you've got that size torps, that's just anti-everything package.
Well, yeah, until we get atmospheric flight, I don't really know, because, like, the big stuff, you could probably take down a Perseus and stuff with it, but, like, the other things, I don't know about it.
What, are we going to have it eventually where there's, certain ships will only work in space and not in atmosphere?
Well, that's their thing they've talked about for a while, is there's supposed to be atmospheric flight, so the, like, moons and stuff, it won't really matter, but planets, which we've seen so far, every time they put aliens and shit on planets and giant worms, it's like usually like got an atmosphere and shit. But lighter jets and stuff like the Gladius and all that, they fly like actual jets in atmosphere. Things like the Hornets and all that, they have all that extra weight, they won't fly as well in atmosphere. They'll use more fuel, they'll weigh more, they'll probably get more wear and tear on their thrusters. And then, like, things like the Ironclad are gonna be like bricks. Like, it's gonna be hard to fly them in atmosphere, but they have big thrusters on the bottom, so you can, like, fly down and land. You probably just don't want to be doing crazy maneuvers with it.
You'll be forced to use VTOL.
Yeah. But that's
so essentially, we would need the equivalent of LATs, essentially.
Yeah, the thing is that the Kraken is supposed to be so far the largest landable ship in atmosphere, but I don't know what that means about the amount of ships and stuff that you have on top of it and all that. And then they said that the Kraken essentially will be a pain to land, so you're not going to want to land it all the time. But also, if you look at the Kraken's design, it has like little fins and stuff on the side, which makes me think like if it takes damage and some of those fins, or it only has like these dinky ass little thrusters on the sides, if you lose those, it might get stuck. I don't know.
Essentially, the Kraken is just going to be a floating space station.
Ideally, but it can dive. My only worry that I have with Capitals is if they're able to bombard planets. Like, if that Odin can shoot projectiles from space and hit planets, we got a problem. But otherwise...
Oh, what you mean, because our big orcs are gonna fucking abuse that old Oblivion?
Yeah, it's like... You land a Kraken down there, they're just gonna come and, like, barrage your ass. But, ideally, all we gotta do is land on a planet, set up our defenses, and then nothing besides like Idrises and things are gonna really be able to come down at us besides like small fighters, medium ships and stuff, which you can all take out with like size 5 torps, size 9 torps.
Essentially, when base building comes in, if we do build a base, we want to make a fucking fortress, not a town. Because you want to make it so it's highly fucking defendable. Because we're gonna be able to build turrets, so we'll want turrets, torpedoes, all that shit. Because it will exist whilst we're offline, I believe.
Ideally, if we have enough people, which could be hundreds of people in the end by the time everything's done. The thinking is that the ships are taking up some of the buildings that you need for the base, so we don't need to build a full base. We need material harvesters, we need anti-air defenses and shit, and then
the Pioneer would be a good shout for that because it can craft resources, items, ships, and also its legs count as resource harvesters.
Yeah.
It is a mobile base.
The thing is, like, I went back and forth on it when it came out because I was like, it would be really good. My concerns with that is that the ship can do pretty much anything. It can produce more ships and stuff, but I think that's going to take a lot longer than we realize, so it probably won't be something that you can just mass produce things with. And then the signature off of that thing is probably going to be massive when you got like a refinery going and a mining thing going and a crafting thing going, and it doesn't have big guns or hardly anything on it. So I'm focusing more on the repair side of stuff, where we need to be able to recover our vehicles and repair them, and steal our opponent's vehicles and repair them and use them in battle, because we need something that we can take quick.
Are you thinking of like getting a ship like the Starlance or Builder variant? Which is a decently large ship. It'll be able to make good sized structures and it can defend itself in fucking move.
Essentially what I've been doing for however long is that all those ships, like, people can buy those on their own if they want to. I'm trying to get as much capability as possible into the smallest amount of ships that I can. So I just crashed. So, like, they have, like, basically we have the CSV, which can do medium buildings, and we've seen they do, like, medium extractors and stuff. The Pioneer can do extra large buildings and can build the other things faster, but when it comes to, like, building harvesters and things, I don't think I need an extra large harvester in general. And, basically, I don't, like, you're taking crew that you can use for infantry and other things that you need and shoving them on another ship that has that building purpose, and they can do that. But I would rather just have a ground vehicle that you can pull off of a bigger ship, build the thing that you need, and go. So, like, we're looking at either going in waves or having, like, if we have enough people for it, you can go and just mass. But you're going to probably have the 4 ironclads. You're probably going to have potentially, like, respawning, base building, a general, like, transportation for infantry on there, extra torpedoes, things like that. And then you're going to have probably 2 Liberators, 2 Crucibles, 2 Carracks, which those operate basically as just mobile repairing bases. Like, they're just like your actual hubs, whereas, like, the ironclads are like your frontline forts. Essentially, you're like things that you put down and touch down at the start. And then you have the 2 Krakens. You're going to have potentially the 2 Perseus and a Polaris as like an escort. Just like a basic thing. But a lot of those vehicles, like the Liberator, right now the idea is potentially 2 Vulcans and 2 SRVs, depending. The Vulcans could transport fuel and water and shit like that we need to troops in the front line, and they can restock and repair ground vehicles in the field. But if you can't bring those into the field, then the SRVs are your recovery vehicles to bring those tanks and stuff back and repair them at things like the Crucible, and the Kraken and the Vulcans can repair them out of battlefield. So that's the big thing. And then on the ships, we potentially have the room for, if we're going full helicopters like the real military, we might be able to get like 6 to 8 arrows or something, 12 or so Pisces, 2 Asgards, 2 Valkyries, 4 Legionnaires, 4 Redeemers, if they allow that on the ships. So you're going to have a ton of vehicles that can move troops around, and you're going to have a bunch of vehicles that can move vehicle around. And then we need a shit ton of repair. So anytime a vehicle goes down, we need to recover it, fix it, get it back in there. And that's kind of the thinking of it anyway. But then when you earn those big, like you earn a big capital ship or something, like Chairman or whatever bought the Odin, it's like if we earn one of those and somebody has it and they want to bring it into the battlefield, they can fight all the spaceships they want and we can get to the ground. But when that thing takes damage or something, you need the support to keep it alive. And so the Crucibles and the Vulcans and all that can repair that big-ass ship.
Because the bad thing about a ship that size, it will literally be a death by 1,000 cuts. Bombers will swarm like no man's business.
Yeah.
Something that big cannot be defended unless you have a huge fleet to protect it.
Well, have you seen the pictures? Or like the videos people saw? I hope they make it look better, because it's still, I don't like the look of it, but it has the deployable weapons, and when you look at those, there's walkways underneath the turrets. So like if they deploy those weapons on the Odin, people can sneak into that ship potentially. And so like essentially, if you deploy it, you want it to be like mobile and make sure nobody is fucking around.
So essentially, on that type of ship, you would need the main crew, you would need the gunners, then you would need a security team on board.
Yeah, but that
patrolling
ship,
at the same time.
It's like an all-in-one ship though, because it's put like battle cruisers are like fast. It has 4 smaller hangars and a medium hangar, so it's pretty much a carrier. You could have hundreds of fucking Furies in there, lighter fighters. It's like there's a lot of possibilities with that ship. That's like a big org. I think the crew for that ship is like 36 though, which isn't like a ton, honestly.
If I remember rightly, it's bigger than the Javelin, isn't it?
Yeah. Tis a big boy.
One second, then that wouldn't make actual sense by that logic. Because the Javelin alone, for its actual crew capacity,
I would note though, just like manufacturer-wise, a lot of Anvil ships do tend to take less crew than other manufacturers.
Javelin holds 65.
Yeah. I'm sure that's probably minimal crew or something that it needs.
No, it says max crew.
Oh, well.
Odin is also 65.
Oh, is it 65?
Odin's also 65.
Okay. I was just going off a video that I saw.
Okay, so this thing, judging by the size of those guns, those guns have to be really long fucking range.
Yeah.
Because
like
if they
size
make
12,
guns, yeah, if they make those guns that big and they have like a basic range of like fucking like the other guns do, people are gonna go, what the fuck is the point of them being that size? The whole point of a bigger caliber is you're able to shoot further by arcing the actual projectile. Or technically, if you're in space, there's no need to arc because it will go infinitely until it hits something. That's how space works. There is no resistance. That is why projectiles in space are so fucking deadly.
Yeah, they can make that change however they want in game though. Like they could say like the projectiles are made out of a material that disintegrates for armor piercing purposes or something, and then make
Oh
it
yeah,
disintegrate.
I'm looking up one of the screenshots. One of the size of the shell is bigger than say about the size of two grown men in height.
I wonder if you can hide in the barrel.
I don't know. The torpedoes are fucking huge on this thing.
Yeah, it said like 12s or something. I think 12s are the same size as the javelin though.
Yes, sir.
But it's also supposed to have giant ass lasers, like 6 or 12 big ass lasers in the front, something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. So it has. Let's see how ridiculous it is. It has one size 12 weapon. It has 20 size 12 missiles, which are torps.
Yeah.
2 times 3 size 12s. 11 size 10s. 8 times 2 size 8s. 2 times 4 size 8s. And 42 size 2s. This thing, and it holds 6,000 cargo.
Yeah, 6,000 is pretty good. I think the Kraken's cargo's going down because they said they were moving the Dragonfly Bay to the bottom, which kind of sucks.
So I have a feeling the 6,000 cargo, most of that's going to be ammunition for that big boy.
Maybe.
Because if you have a ship that size, you do not want to constantly be stopping for ammo runs.
We should shard hop.
Well, let me get to. We say obituary a second here.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm at Ruin currently. I was gonna run the Ruin one first while I was waiting for you, but this shard has fucking 6 FPS, bro.
Yeah. Well, I can swap here in a second. I'll go to Ruin as well, just because I need to do it anyway. I was doing those again. I came back to the game and I was like, I'm gonna actually like take a minute to learn these places. They really aren't that fucking big. They're not really that complicated.
The only one that's kind of weird is Obituary, because it requires all the extra shit of like going places beforehand.
Looks like no one goes and gets the red key cards because they're like, I don't know what their deal is. So
you can just throw yourself through a door there, brother.
Yeah, but like it doesn't even take that long to get the red key card. Like literally, you can run to the red key card, run back before it even responds loop.
We have to go to the supervisor stations for this.
Yeah, that's what I was doing with 5-star when we first met. We were going from I think Checkmate, and we were hitting both supervisor stations, or maybe it was you. I don't remember. We're doing both supervisor stations and then running back to the station repeatedly. So it was just like a bunch of dropship action. So it was like I ran up, dropped them off, picked them up, went back, and we kept going in the side airlock.
Yeah, I love that little airlock.
It's a good time. I kind of like using the side airlock, although the turrets start shooting your ass after a while, blow up your ship. But if you die and you have like a med bed right there, just go right back in. What's crazy though is like all this work stuff that I'm talking about, like the thing sounds complicated and big or whatever, but realistically I think this is just the ground level of like what an org needs to operate. And I'm not really taking it that seriously. It's literally just
it's like the bare minimum of what the work requires.
Yeah, it's just all it really is like we need logistics and repair, and we need to harvest resources and move ground vehicles and stuff, and then all the people that are in the org are going to be earning big ass ships, and they're the Navy, because I'm not going to be earning 15 billion ships on my own. It's not gonna And, you know, if I find some guys that are, you know, good at combat and they want to do that stuff, then we can make a more serious group for it. But I'm more interested in strike packages. I'm more like a stealth player than anything. I really focus on gathering intelligence and then hitting stuff hard. Because the thing is, like, even that, what I said right there, isn't the whole thing. The main ship is an Endeavor. So is it going to checkmate? Yeah. So the main ship is the Endeavor, because you need to find, you know, it's that, and like people in the group, if they have their own carracks and shit, we need information and data, so we need people to be able to scout, find resources, find bases, find people.
Yeah. Find where the shit is.
Yeah. And then the fleet can go. So you find out where the shit is, you send in, you know, some ground teams and stuff, the ironclads or whatever, the carracks. And then if you need more, eventually the big ass ground fleet hits and you smash and grab everything that you can. Which isn't like a super complicated thing. That's why, like, when Chairman was asking me, like, that one day he was like, well, one, he wanted the Terracraft org to join his thing because he wants industrial players. But the thing is, I don't think there's gonna be people that are purely industrial, but I think in general they need like a variety of everything. And he was like, write me a, you know, a few page paper report over what you do, so that you can like let other people know. It's like it's literally just collecting resources. Like, I'm just playing the game. I'm helping people earn their ships and play the game. It's not like a big deal. Get a bunch of people together, collect resources, earn your ships and stuff. It's just my method is different than their method. Like, they focus on big ships, capitals, large crews, fighters. I'm focused on ground troops, low budget collection of resources and stuff, and then the people they earn their fighters, they earn their capitals, they make giant fleets of their ships, and then you just pull out the ground stuff when you need it. I don't really plan on having, like, I might earn, you know, like 1 or 2 big ships, but I'm not gonna be flying in them all day. I'm perfectly fine sitting on somebody else's. Shit, I got like 20 Snapchats.
Add me on Snapchat.
What, you gonna send me feet pics or something?
Even better, baby girl. Send you the day. Virtual day.
Quantum fuel, 75%.
I didn't hear you say, "Oh no, please don't do that." So,
I mean, I've been in
Dude,
college and on football teams and at church, so I've seen it all.
sounds like a church was in you.
Yep.
But I'm
That's all.
just. Yep.
I wasn't in Boy Scouts though.
Sounds like you missed out on all the real fun.
I don't know what it is. The last few days, people just showing off stuff to me. So like, this guy I grew up with, he was talking to me about like how he's saving up money for his kid to have like a brand new car, and he's having like back injury problems and stuff, and then he like rarely sends anything to me and shit, and then now he's like, he bought like 3 new motorcycles, and he's just like sending me videos of these motorcycles on a daily basis. Okay, I get it, I'm poor. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that necessarily. You play Star Citizen, you know?
Yeah. Virtual JPEGs.
The most fungible, non-fungible token you could purchase.
I mean, realistically, as long as the game isn't like completely mismanaged by a person who doesn't know how to control itself, you know, a ship lasts forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cars break down. Part of me almost wishes I got into the gray market stuff, though. Sometimes I wish I was more money hungry, because like I know that I could crush anybody if I really set my mind to it and like I wanted to make money. But then it like goes against my religion, kind of. It's like my personal discipline gets in my way all the time. But they have like, you know, they resell like CitizenCon packages and shit, and I got like dozens of CitizenCon packages that I could probably sell for like, I don't even know how much.
It's okay, just gift them to me. I'll do the dirty work. You'll just receive money because you gifted me something and then I had to gift you money.
Oh yeah. Was it a stockbroker or whatever it is?
Yeah, essentially I'd just be acting. It'd more so be like I would be selling it for you on consignment.
He said that he was going to be back, and I don't see his character over here, so I don't know if he's... Oh, there he is.
You didn't notice me get out of my chair to drink?
Wait, okay. Let's see. I was noticing, and then this guy was talking about sending me like dick pics on Snapchat. I got distracted. That actually happened. I'm not actually playing.
We all know what you're doing for Saturday nights, going into a gay bar.
Shit, I work at the gay bar.
What, you're that top Arno?
Dude, I don't know what it is, but gay people can't get enough of me. That is already, it's something in my DNA with that. Also, it also goes both ways to lesbians too. I've known 8 different lesbian couples since I've like got out of college and shit. The only thing they have in common is every last one of them got into men when they were like around me. And they were all really fucking flirty when I was around them.
It's because most lesbians forget about something. There is nothing worse than being in a relationship with another woman, because you've got 2 fucking pissy bitches you like to have a go at each other. Funny enough, gay men are actually the happiest. They tend to have the happiest relationships.
Yeah,
because men get on really well with men. Women don't get along with anybody.
To be frank, if oh yeah, we got a server log or whatever. I don't know if we have to. I guess I'll go ahead and set my spawn here just in case. But
yeah, I tried one. I'm gonna try a different one because this one was not it either. Because I cannot do it because I'm not going into a contested zone with fucking anything less than 20 server FPS.
sounds like you might be a little soft there.
You got soft again, boy.
What was that story about how you died again the other day when you're throwing grenades and shit?
Well, that was crafted gear. I don't know. I've played this game and Tarkov with fucking 4 FPS for years.
Funny
dumpster.
enough, I've actually only just got into Tarkov.
You see,
you play 4 FPS?
I did. I mean, their servers got better, but until like a year or two ago, I was getting fucking 4 to 10, maybe 12 tops, and then it went up to like 30 or 40 more recently. When I played Tarkov, that was my old computer that was breaking down before this computer that's breaking down, and I had 10 FPS on that, and my computer was catching on fire, and I still fucked people up.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I just I need to check my temps real quick because I just did a new build. Damn, I've been playing for the past little while, you know. My fucking CPU is only 56.
56.
My GPU is 47. No, 56 degrees.
That sounds pretty. Cozy.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's like a Luke bath.
That's pretty cold, dude.
Oh.
I mean, what is your CPU at?
I don't know, probably like 100 something degrees.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You know how rough it is? Like, I jerry-rigged my old computer fans onto this computer case, and they're way too small for it, and I got 3 of them that stopped working a while back.
Three of them just like up and stopped?
Yeah, they just don't work anymore. Maybe the wire got melted, I don't really know.
What can I get you?
I need to upgrade at some point.
Okay, I'm finding this is a new one that I'm joining right now. I'll tell you how it is when we get in.
Zenith. Oop. There you go. LMG. I feel like somebody sent a message in that group Discord chat a minute ago, and I completely forgot about it, so I'm just gonna like look real quick.
They did. Someone mention about a server.
Oh god, there's always too much stuff to think about, and my game's frozen. Well, I'm not really built for technology, you know? Like, I was raised in the olden days. I'm like the last of my kind that actually played, like, chess as a toy growing up. And, like, with marbles. And green army men.
Wait, how old are you?
Kids and y'all's damn technology.
Wait, how old are you now?
Pretty damn old.
Well, that...
I'm old enough to know what
Motherfucker,
dial-up was. I was around before dial-up, probably.
I love it when you say pretty damn old. Most people in the younger generation call me old, and I'm only 27.
Yeah, I can't. Where the fuck?
Where's medical?
Okay, now I gotta invite. Invite. Oh, also Invite started playing again a few weeks ago. I saw him.
Damn, you've been like going outside and shit. That's crazy. There's a gross world outside, dude. I don't like it.
That's probably because there's too many chicks out there.
No, that's not the issue.
You don't think chicks look weird?
Actually, nah, dude. Where I live, there's a lot of very beautiful women.
See, beauty's on the
Yeah.
inside, you know. A lot of them.
I've been in a
Just
lot of them. Trust me, they're beautiful.
I don't.
the one thing is, just never look for lassies over here, because most of them are fucking crazy or want to drain you of all the money you have left.
Yeah, my issue is more that people try to talk to me when it's not a really good time, and I don't have a problem with them, but then they get pissed off that I don't try to get with them, and then they get with some old dude and I get pregnant, and then they have to like introduce me to their new boyfriends or like show me pictures of their babies and shit, and then randomly block me afterwards when I just try to be nice about it. You know, happens a lot.
That's just the way women are weird.
That is a really, really like specific issue, and I'm sorry you have that.
Oh, it's been this way my whole life, and the thing is that I'm the one that gets fucking punished for it. My whole fucking life, I try to be straight and narrow. Everyone thinks I'm a fucking weirdo, and like.
The hilarious part is, you say that's very specific. That's
very general.
It's actually very normal
It's
to
very
happen.
Atlantic.
That happens over here constantly. A lassie will get with someone new, then they will flaunt it, and then they try to make you feel bad, but because they don't react the way that you want them to, they block you.
The thing is that I didn't... basically, like, I don't try to manipulate people, so I don't say things that people expect that would be, like, proper usage, because I think of it as, like, making them like me instead of them just choosing to like me, which is kind of a problem. So like when a chick shows you their baby or something like that, you got to think of it kind of like a puppy, like, you know, when you have like a dog and they have a baby and they try to show it off to you after it's born, you know, and they like drag you over to it. It's like they want you to like give them appreciation, like, oh my god, that's a cute baby and you're like an amazing, you know, mom and all this shit, and it's like, but like I don't even know them like that. So
it's like, hell yeah, look at that big headed ass child.
See.
You know, like look at that big headed ass fucking alien little thing right there.
Do you know what the funny part is? A lot of my family doesn't like it because someone will have a child and I have this really indifferent look in my face because I don't have emotion the way a normal person does, and they get all pissed about it and like, how else do you want me to react? Pretend?
You're like, yeah, so you would rather they'd rather you like fake it, you know, like literally act it out than just like be yourself, which is crazy.
I can't look at a baby and go, oh, it's adorable. It's like, it's a baby.
Like, well, newborns, a newborn baby, hell no. They're like, I've seen one newborn like very like newborn that was cute. Other than that, they look weird as fuck, dude. Like,
I don't know if I would call them weird as fuck, but my thing is that I don't trust babies. I think they're way smarter than you let them on to be. And so, like, when they're looking at you with those big O eyes, they're plotting something.
This fucker's watched too much Boss Baby.
They're studying you.
This fucker's watched too much Boss Baby. Jesus Christ.
No, like, it's also probably just because, like, how I've been my whole life is, like, I'm a big man. And so, like, my whole life, like, even now, like, little kids and shit will, like, stare at me. But, like, babies have always stared at me. So, like, I don't, like, just in general, if someone's staring at me, I stare back. And it's weird. That's why I make people uncomfortable. It's because you stared at me first. Now I'm on the defensive. I got to stare at you to make sure you're not going to stab me. But now you're scared because I'm big. But babies don't have that. They're like, huh.
So they stare at you because you're something they've never seen before.
Well, they're like, what's this big fucking
genuine
red
interest.
thing?
Yeah.
Why is this thing red and like super pale and like got freckles? I don't know what's up with that.
I forget you're a ginger.
Yeah, but like
that's a ginger ninja.
Yeah. I'm not even the biggest like in my family though. Like I'm on the smaller side of my family. There are dudes in my family that are like fucking 6'7", broad-shouldered as fuck. I'm still big, but like I'm not that damn big.
So the funny part is, I'm only about I think I'm just under 6 foot or right around 6 foot, but I'm big. I'm big built as fuck. So, uh, I've got a build for some reason, as in people think I should be a bodybuilder because I'm wide naturally. Because apparently, I done being retarded, and mixing Scottish blood, you got a big bastard.
True.
Because I'm built for the cold, so my body has naturally grown wider, which means because my body is wider and I have a bigger frame, my body's built to be I put on weight faster because you put on weight to insulate yourself from cold, and that's what my body's designed to do, which is annoying as all fuck because it makes you into a fat bastard.
I don't know if he's gonna join this voice chat or not, because I might have taken too long to reply to that, but I did send him the link, see if he might pop in here. Here's the thing, though, is that we're gonna have to decide at some point, like which Discord we're going for here, because we still have there's like 4 of them. So
are we all gonna be in the same org or what?
I mean, I'm fine with that. I don't really care. I mean, party together. If you have orgs, they can join up or whatever. But as much as like,
because
I try.
You forget the biggest thing about orgs.
They like to party.
If you have if you have multiple orgs in one group, everyone will go, well, what's the point of this org? You should join my org, and then it becomes infighting, then it becomes into trying to assimilate each other, then it becomes into backstabbing each other, and then it turns into problems.
That's been the problem the last like 10 years, which is why I haven't really tried to force anything org. But the thing that bothers me is because like over these years, I've met a ton of people, and then I'd never get to play with them anymore because they all went to different orgs. Now, like, I have friends with, like, I know a bunch of big-ass orgs, but, like, I can't ever play with them, and those guys are always busy, so it's, you know, you can't get people together. Like, Auroric were one of the big orgs that helped me fight, like, another org, like, a long time ago. And I'm still friends with their ground military guys. So, like, he told me in the past that if I ever needed help, I could call on him. And they're like a whole bunch of military dudes. All they do is, like, fucking ground drills and air drills and all kinds of shit all the time. So...
yeah, that is the problem, because if you make a friend... if you want to keep said friend, you have to try and immediately attempt to recruit them. Because as soon as they go into their own clique, you're never gonna fucking see them again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, XP is, I think he's at Alpha. He's like trained to be a fighter pilot in that other org, so he's like a top dude in their thing now.
Yeah, because the other problem you have is big orgs love to poach members of small orgs.
Well, I mean, Permafleet's trying to... well, I don't know exactly what they're doing anymore. I think they're still doing the Permafleet thing, but his whole deal was like he was trying to get a bunch of orgs together and unify them and stuff, but when you're in the actual Discord channel, they are very Goon Squad focused. So... they've always put, like, a lot of emphasis on, like, people joining Goon Squad. But, I get it.
That's the thing, though, is, like, it's a process to join a Goon Squad.
Yeah, that's what all those big orgs do, though. It's...
to be honest, you can want to build your own org all you want. You can put in time, effort, money. As soon as another big org comes along, and either looks at one of your members, that member suddenly wants to join this big ass org, and then guess what? You're out of members, you're out of time, you've wasted so much effort, because people are not loyal in orcs. They will go to the biggest, baddest thing they can join because they think, oh, this is amazing. Then realize, oh, I'm never gonna go anywhere, but then don't leave.
Well, it's just what happens in MMOs, because, like, people play games, they want, you know, benefits and stuff, so you get that with the big groups. That's why, like, buying ships became such, like, a crazy thing in SC, was because you got the big fancy ship, other people couldn't afford it or whatever, they would group up, and then people kept buying bigger and fancier ships, so it's kind of like, if you play an MMO and you need to build a guild hall, if you're alone, it takes you fucking ages to build a guild hall in, like, most MMOs. And if you're in a group, you can get it done pretty quick. So, but then when people have set up guilds already, you can't really build a fucking guild. So everybody bought a ton of ships, so they didn't have to really do that. So it's kind of...
So the funny part is, you have it's like people like me who can't afford jack shit, because it's like me, I'm not allowed to work. So I can't earn money because I'm not allowed to work at all.
Sure thing.
So in a game where if you want good shit, you need to usually pay for it, doesn't fucking help.
True.
Because I have to live off £800 for an entire month.
Thing is,
No,
like...
not 800, 400, sorry.
I don't really know how hard it's really going to be to, like, get these ships when the game comes out, though, because, like, Chris has always said that, like, money isn't going to be hard to get, and ships aren't going to be, like, that crazy, you know? But that was, like, years ago. But even now, it's like, you see these missions, and you can just casually play and make, like, a few million a day, and then, like, a Carrack or something's like 32 million, so like you could get that in a month or whatever. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. And
but then the problem you have is the more updates they do, the more wipes they're gonna do. So essentially, if you don't buy ships, you're having to restart from scratch and have nothing again and try and throw your way back up.
How can I help you?
That's what a lot of people don't like the fact of, because as soon as an update comes along, even though a wipe's not needed, a lot of the time they'll just wipe anyway, because they know it's one of the business strategies of games, and it's been around for a long time. If they wipe everything you own they haven't paid money for, people will pay.
In the fucking thing, by the way, in Ruin CZ.
Okay.
What? You got a server?
My game crashed. Yeah. And my game crashed though because I tried to open fucking GG because my fucking sound EQ wasn't on.
Fine.
I'll try to pop over. Grab some.
If you need it, I've got it. You need stuff. I got stuff.
Mission.
Anything going on with you?
How are you doing?
I keep thinking I'm gonna quit
I know what this is, like a Devastator.
If you need it,
Mags.
I've got it. Not sure what's making my life worse at this point. It's all yours. Constantly playing.
And I did gank somebody, by the way, when you swap over.
Oh, I don't know if you've had this problem, but apparently I was invisible the other day when I was in there.
Oh, I mean, I kind of did just walk right up to him.
Yeah.
And he tried to, like, punch me. Though, which was the weird thing, is, like, he started panicking.
They did not have a gun.
No, he had guns.
So why didn't they use them?
I don't know.
See, this thing's still showing you on our server. I don't know. I went in there, like, and I was purposely just trying to be friendly. Like, I got a set of cards, and then I just was, like, sitting in the middle, and I was like, we're going to be friendly to the next person in there. But I don't know if they changed the audio, but I used to take my helmet off all the time, and I still couldn't hear jack shit in this game. But then I was in the CZ, had my helmet off, and I was hearing somebody run around upstairs, and I was like, there's somebody up there. So, like, I ran upstairs and just, like, walked up behind him, and I was like, sir, drop the weapon! And then, like, he wouldn't do it, and I had to fucking murk his ass, and I revived him, and then he, like, sweeped the whole building, like, every corner, and, like, went through, I was just following him the whole time. It was weird.
Oh, apparently I'm on your server somehow now.
Well, I thought I just saw your name tag. I was just gonna swap, and now.
Okay, yeah, apparently I ganked somebody on your server, even though I left and the FPS was like better when I got back for some reason.
But yeah, the thing with this is that if we try to make a group, I'm not like crazy on having to force uniforms. It'd be nice to be able to, you know, do the Star Wars thing at some point. But if we're doing tactical gear, if we're trying to min-max and be like badass people abusing shadows and shit, the armors are going to get very bland and dull. But just mainly just got to decide which names that we want, because like I keep like doing stuff. I still like the Star Wars Republic, but like when I try to talk to people about it, people have a lot of feelings about Star Wars, and then like some people don't like white, even though they're Star Wars fans. I don't know exactly what's going on there. And then Terracraft, I still like, and I think it's like the most flexible. And then I found like Advon, I think it is, the other day. That's like Latin for like the initial echelons of like something. So like the first one's like volunteers to go in first. So there's like a bunch of stuff you can do, and then the high table is probably the thing that's going to stay around, just if you wanted to do like groups of orgs or whatever. But and then I have no problem being a part of like the permafleet thing. I just not really exactly included in the group necessarily. I don't know what I am. I helped them with some of their stuff early. I'm still like a P2. Whatever their system is.
So it goes P1, P2, P3, and from there you like they really analyze what kind of playstyle you have, and they will introduce you to people that have that similar playstyle, and you'll then join like a sub org, quote unquote.
That's crazy, because like no one really seems to have my playstyle, I guess. That's like no,
so there was no weapons in this contested zone, by the way, so we might have to go to like a European server.
Yeah, it's been like a thing recently. My old deal with, because, like, you weren't here when I first got here, but when I first got into this permafleet thing, their whole deal was that, basically, I think they were faking it until they made it kind of thing, but they were trying to do, like, 100% uptime. Like, they wanted people online 24/7 crewing the capital ships. So they had shifts where they were, like, taking over Idris, and they were always having people on the Idris 24/7, and they wanted people to fully crew it and help them like do things. But when their ranking systems were he said basically it was based on trust, but what it ended up being essentially was that they were having everybody farm items for Idris and Polaris in the game for the org, and they were getting like tally marker points for like being a part of events and giving items to the org, and then you ended up with people taking items from other people and not giving them credit and getting promoted and shit, or like stealing everything and running off.
Yeah, I still don't like Darkstorm.
Isn't he in there right now?
Yeah, he's a fucking captain.
Yeah, I think he's one of the dudes that I didn't like necessarily.
Exactly that. It's because he did exactly what you just said to you.
Mine isn't even that. It's that him and that other guy, when I first joined, okay, so they were going to do Onyx facilities. There was like 15, 20 of us. They send me a message, and they're like, first off, they are spamming my fucking deal with add to groups all day fucking long until I add them. And then they're like, join the fucking Discord chat, join the fucking Discord chat, and they just like keep going, and I'm like, fucking hell, like just stop doing the shit, I'll go in there. And then we go and do, they want to do Onyx, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll do the Onyx event with you. Because I had been living in that bitch, I knew it in and out, back of my hand, because that's what I've been doing with all the events before that. It's just the big worm and stuff, I couldn't do it because I didn't have any people, so I can't solo it. So they have us waiting around. I was there for 24 hours on the Idris, just sitting. Like, when is this fucking thing starting? And then they're like going and like having people drop off like weapon deliveries and armors, and I'm just sitting here like, you can get all the stuff that you need in the fucking site. It's not this big of a deal. And then they like set us down and they do a fucking briefing. And then so they pull us in and they do a PowerPoint slide. And one of the top dudes is like doing it. And so he's like showing us the cheat sheet paperwork and stuff for it, and like explaining everything from like front to back, and like detail that you don't really even need. And then we go in there and it's like Darkstorm and those guys and stuff like are trying to lead groups, or like I don't even know if they were leaders back then. They were part of the group. Somebody was leading this shit. I don't know what it was. But like it falls apart in 3 seconds. There's like 20 dudes there. Everyone's running around. Nobody's doing shit. And then, you know, so you basically just have to do the whole thing for them. People are clearing things that they're not supposed to clear. And then they go to the fucking PowerPoint point, and the power core is missing. And then all of them are like, oh, the power core is usually right here next to the thing. And then I'm sitting there like, there's more that spawn underneath it. There's more underneath it. And there's ladders on either side that go to the bottom. I'm sitting there explaining this for like 30 minutes, and nobody's listening and shit. And then I'm like, okay, if I go down there, because I'm in light armor, I'm going to fucking die, but I'll toss it up to you. And then, like, so I go down there, no one knows where I'm at and shit. Like, the whole thing is just a fucking shit show, you know? And then it's like that, like, every event that I was doing, and then these people were getting put in charge of, like, the groups that I was getting forced into. And so it's like, I gotta listen to them giving me orders, and they don't even know what the fuck they're doing. And then it's like, they're getting promoted up because they're grinding the items, because like they can farm the event, and they started grinding the event. But it's like, damn.
You want something funny?
Huh?
I, without being anybody's bitch and going and getting them shit, right, literally just playing the fucking game, grinding Arena Commander more than the PU even, made my way all the way up to Lieutenant and Alpha Squadron.
Yeah, because you're like a fighter pilot or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's because I go hard on the paint, I suppose.
I mean, I guess my thing is that I repeatedly told them that I'm not really interested in being a fighter pilot. I've already flown fighters for like 10 plus years. I'm over it. And then every time I would go in, they'd be like, well, why aren't you doing fighter pilot practice? Why don't you get in this fighter jet and drive around this fucking station? It's like, we've been driving around this fucking station for a decade. Okay, I can drive around the fucking station. I just don't do it every day anymore. It's like, oh. You know, and then like I went in that one day, and it was like Yellowstone was in there, and I was just like chilling or whatever, and somehow I get roped into fucking boot camp for fighter pilots, and they call in like some professional fighter pilot guy. And he's like, you know, doing... The thing is, like, it's not even all that gets me. It's just, like, I think Chairman either doesn't care or he doesn't pay attention to, like, what's going on, or he does it on purpose. But he says shit afterwards. So like the next day, because I was sitting in there, I was like, well, if I'm in here with this fucking, you know, good pilot, I'm gonna ask him some questions and shit. And then like the next day, Chairman was talking, I think, to Yellowstone or something, and he was like, you know, how'd the thing go or whatever, and Chairman was like, you know, there's this, you know, good or whatever, but like, you know, people were asking like dumb fuck questions and shit, and it's like, okay, just randomly insult me every now and then under your breath, you know, it just happens. Like I'm not oblivious to all of it. I just kind of brush it off in general, but it's not like a huge deal.
I mean, that's fair.
So is this server fucked or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hop to a European actually, and see if that's doing better. They've been running so much better since 4.7.
Well, they have been throwing out liberals recently.
What?
Hmm?
Oh, but I accidentally unplugged my headphones right after I said what I said.
It's like Europe's been like rebelling or something, and like going
Yeah,
conservative.
they can't play it on their computers right now, so their servers are in primo condition.
If you're on sending a party invite.
He sends them on a timer.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about you? You good?
Yeah, probably could have went and got some red key cards by now, honestly.
Oh fuck! I actually need to accept that party invite too.
Okay.
Yeah, not right this second. Like in like an hour, the top of the next hour.
Okay. Is all like
So if you want to go, if you go look at if you should be able to see it, operations.
Oh.
Hey, good squad.
Oh.
Can you see that?
I mean, I'm not looking at it, but I can.
I don't know if you have the like perm to see that.
I don't even know, dude. I don't even have all their chats anymore. They used to have me in like all their fucking restricted channels, and then I brought it up one day, and they acted like oh shit, panic button. He sees the channels, and like I never got added back to those, and I removed most of them. So.
Yeah, I just have to go. I'm gonna have to go fight off a Hathor.
Okay.
But at the top of the next hour, I think. Unless I like got the notification way too late, but it's weird because it says it was a new tag, but it next to it says yesterday. But I think that was like the announcement for the event being today, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know what events they do or anything.
Oh, dude, we have a big event. We have a big event now. It's called the Tour Through the Stars because like we've been recruiting so much, and like just like getting a bunch of new players, and I think it's once a month.
Doing all
like
the
last. We do like the biggest ones, you know, like we teach them Onyx facilities. Like, what the plan is like it's one weekend, right, out of a month, and the first day we will go and do like the Onyx facility part, right, and then the next day we will, or actually no, we'll do all of that, including the Valcard one day, and then the next day we teach them like a TSG, right, like the new one, or a Rock Breaker. You know, the first one was fucking a shit show though, dude, because it was Darkstorm's idea, and he legit tried to cram every single fucking farming loop, like every single game loop, right, into one night.
You
You
know,
could probably imagine how they went.
but you know the thing is that every idea that I've came up with for like the longest period, they've tried like immediately afterwards. That's the weird thing with this, because like taking over the prison, doing the Hathor raid, not really like on the same timetable, but trying to get all of the events together in one day was something I was working on for months, which is a whole other deal. I just could never get 5 people or 6 people together to do anything. It's the same thing when they needed recumbents. I was going to do trying to split a group of people to farm that and the worms in there and get it done in the quickest time possible, and Darkstorm took it over like the next day. So I couldn't get anyone to help me test the thing, and then he tried to run a test right afterwards, but instead of getting loot for everybody who was involved in the group with him, he basically just had them run the event for him to get recumbent and then give it to the org, and the people who were underneath them got pissed. So, the whole deal. Oh, but I don't know. I'm not trying to cram all of it anymore. I just do my loop to get my fucking FPS supplies, and hopefully I'll get to the point I can do the radiated worm. I need at least 3 people probably. So, do the radiated worm. I heard they do rail cannons, and they got Artemis missile launchers there, I think. That's what I've heard, so I'll finally get to do some weapons tests with that if I find more FPS people. So, be cool.
Oh yeah, dude, double the frame FPS, by the way, or server FPS in Europe. So you can join off me.
But it's not really like it's a crazy thing anyway. Like, every org in this game is basically going to be doing the same shit anyway, because there's nothing really to do besides the main events, so. You either chill, kill, or farm. That's about the only deal. I have no idea about crafting right now, though. I'd like to get a scalpel blueprint.
That would be pretty sick. I think I have one.
Yeah, I just gotta find the mission for it. The main thing is I don't know how well that gun works, if it has the, like, poorest condition materials, but I don't really follow the same philosophies as people out here online, so when all the streamers and stuff tell me that there's no purpose of building a weapon with, like, terrible materials, and I see that a scalpel only needs, like, 1 good material to make like the max damage weapon, and I just kind of question how much more recoil will affect it.
A lot.
So it's more like a shotgun.
It like kicks back if you build it poorly.
Hmm.
Like if you every single gun that you pick up off the ground, right, or find in a box is crafted with 500 quality ores.
Yeah.
Right? That's the industry standard. Anything less than that will degrade the effectiveness of the weapon substantially. And it just is, it's a very linear line of how much it degrades with how much the quality degrades. But
yeah. But as long as you have like 500 material and then you have the really good material for the damage, like, it's not any more recoil, right? That's like... 'Cause all I remember with that is like oh, there's a fucking spaceship in here. All I remember with that is that there was a basically I'm just looking at the weapons, and I used the scalpel a bit, and it was pretty smooth. and it basically just needed like high-level Hadanite, which Hadanite's not incredibly difficult to find. So that's kind of how all those guns, like the Deadwood shotgun was my main gun for years on I think when I was at Pickers Field. And it's supposed to be like super high damage, like all stats into damage. So this blueprint I probably don't think would be super difficult.
Figures. You're lucky I need customers.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
Are you already in the CZ?
No.
No. Your marker's still like 15 years from me.
I've got it. Some great new products.
Yeah. Oh, I'm at Ruin. That's why.
Okay.
Oh.
Give me a sec though. My arrow has a VK00, so I'll get there fast.
Well, I mean, checkmate's not that complicated or whatever. I don't know if there's people in here, but.
Wait, you're at checkmate?
Yeah, that's where I guess I went to checkmate instead of Ruin when I came here, but.
Yeah, we originally were gonna meet at Obituary.
Yeah. Because you said Ruin, and then I guess I just auto-path checkmate. I should have just got some red cards.
Yeah, that's honestly what I'm gonna do right now. Is I drop some shit off at the refinery before I shard hopped. So I'm gonna go grab that from the refinery. Go grab red cards. By then you'll be done with checkmate.
Oh, there's dead bodies in here. Oh, shit.
No, there was a bunch in the one I was just in, including a couple I put there. In the US servers.
Oh, the doors aren't working again. Yeah. You have to go through the airlock. I doubt it's spawning any loot anyway. Is there loot in that one?
I'm not in the. I'll go check while I'm here. Cause like I said, I just barely hopped into this European shard.
Gotcha.
That's your thing. I can't even imagine being born in a time where I couldn't take it all in.
What's good for you?
I'm always reminded how much I fucking hate the refineries in Pyro whenever I have to go to one because they're so fucking confusing in comparisons to the other ones.
Talking about the layout of the room?
Like the refinery? Like where to get to the fucking refinement ASOP thing?
Yeah.
My older sisters are planning to visit me soon.
It's like a hard left, I think.
Yeah, and I'm used to like going right because like I stay in Nick's.
As my pop says, you can't control life. Just gotta live it the best you can.
But yeah, all my pyro materials go to Ruin for refinements. That way I don't end up like, I don't know if you remember how badly my shit was spread out.
I don't know
Before?
on crafting and stuff. Well, maybe. I don't know. I kind of keep everything sort of, well, usually these wipes will like recondense everything in your main area, and then I got so much shit that I can't even sort through it, but I try to like farm items and I keep them vaguely in the area that I get them so I know where to get them again. I still need to get a pyrotechnic armor from this place eventually as well. Oh, I get it, because they updated the ironclad. So you can fly it without the command module, so they don't spawn together anymore.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system.
That's lame.
Your vehicle has been moved to authority via your main vehicle.
But no, I'm kind of interested in the crude ship gameplay. Shit, that was Facebook Messenger. Where the fuck is my Facebook?
Oh yeah, I gotta go hop over there. If you guys want to come and run Hathor and shit, you're more than welcome to.
I mean, if I was still in Stanton, I probably would. I'm already in Pyros. I don't
Well,
know
I can if you wanna, if you're wanting to do an executive ship and actually get good components and shit, bro. I have a 5 and 6 for you because I have extras.
Well, I mean, parts I'm interested in, I guess, if I can get those power plants and stuff, but I was mostly that new guy was wanting an alien fighter, and there's not really a whole lot that he could get, so we're gonna try and do an exec to get him a fighter at some point. But he wants, basically, he's the only guy that I've met that's been kind of interested in distortion stuff, so I want to test stealing some NPC ships, because I haven't tried it in a few years to see if they can get stored and all that good stuff. So he has a gladiator that he wants to soup up with distortions, and if we get him a fighter, we'll see how that goes. But I'm trying to do some boarding actions and shit.
Yeah, gladiators are not like not necessarily the best ship at all, dude. I killed one when I was in a mole.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it. With 2 guys, I mean, we'll have, you know, probably enough to down a ship. If anything, we can run Rattler missiles.
Well, I was gonna say, if anything, just start doing like interdiction fields with it, you know? Pull them out of fucking Quantum with the Mantis.
Well, I don't know. Well, players, you can probably do that. I don't really care much for the interdiction stuff in this game, to be honest. I'm not really... Like, if I find a player, generally it's like they're doing something and I just happen to run up on them. I don't really... Half the time. I mean, interdiction is probably an important part of PvP, I'm sure, but... don't know. I'd be fine if they removed interdiction from the game, honestly. Like, all it does is make it a pain in the ass when you're a solo player. Hey, Hag, is she still there?
What helmets can I make?
I don't know. If you find a white fortifier,
I can make the whiteout Geist helmet.
nah, that's a thing. There used to be a mission on Microtech that had the white fortifier, but I haven't been able to find it, so I don't know if it exists anymore. Might just have to
I can
find
make the
it in another
Palatino helmet Moonfall.
Nah, I'm trying to make a different Star Wars helmet because nobody likes the Caldero apparently.
I can do the Monday helmet Hero.
The Monday stuff I like with the Caldero.
Here, look, I'll just show you what I can make, actually.
I haven't even looked at a crafting thing. I don't even know what blueprints I have. I don't think I've even seen anything with like a ship blueprint.
Ooh, I forgot the fucking white Antium shit, like the Storm Antium shit, looks so good. Like the helmet does. So does the jet, though. Like all black.
Camo one?
No, it's just all black and all white.
Yeah, I think, is that white one, it's like the chest is like gray, isn't it? I think I looked at it.
No, it's white.
Huh.
It's like it's white. It's got some gray on it, but it's mainly white.
Yeah, I thought the middle part was gray, but see, I don't have a huge problem with those.
Can you see my screen?
Take a minute. Oh, it's the Monday.
Testudo arms. Yeah. So I have Antium arms and moss camo. They look white. They're not actually white. Arms. I have Hero for Monte.
See, that's the
those
black
are pretty
and
white.
white ones. The regular white ones are the ones I have, but the lights are still fucked up. That's the only thing that bugs me, is that it looks good. That one, I swear that was gray in the picture I saw, like the metal part in the middle.
The metal part is, it's like
Yeah.
only like right there.
Because I remember looking at that when I was trying to make Star Wars armors, and I was like, it's almost there, but not really.
Yeah? Huh?
Oh, it's not bad. It's just it got like a furnace on its chest or whatever. The thing is that that white armor, that Mundo, like it works really good with the Caldero helmet, but the lights are orange in some places. Actually, that was what was that?
Which one?
That was the Palatino. Yeah, Moonfall. That core doesn't. I mean, it's not perfect because it has a little apron, but it is kind of white enough to be a stormtrooper type look.
Well, especially if you mix it with some good pants.
Yeah.
And a good helmet, you know, because like Antium Storm helmet, clean, whiteout Geist, kind of blue.
My thing is like, I would like to have like a white wave of just like hundreds of players and stuff one day. But on the flip side of that, with how this game is kind of shaping up, like, it is a huge tactical disadvantage to be wearing white. Like, you're gonna be spotted a mile away. A ship in space is gonna be able to see a white mob just like walking on the ground.
This would be a good backpack.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. That's the Nightfall thing, or the
Night Veil.
Yeah. See, the Azlacan is something I'd be interested in crafting, and the Scalpel. The laser rifles and all that stuff too, yeah. But like, if you see that, as far as I remember, it's just the Hadnite, I think, and then like maybe another material that isn't really that rare. See, because it has impact force, recoil kick, and stuff, and I think it was just the Hadnite that did the crafting damage. So that's mostly what I'm looking at right now, because I can't trust anything in combat with crafted gear, but if I can make a max damage weapon, like a scalpel, I can at least pick somebody off. Otherwise, I need more people. If we can outnumber somebody, we can kill them with positioning and like tactics, potentially, just overwhelm them, but it's more coordination than I think randoms are gonna really have in this game. I kind of wonder how well suppression works in this game, honestly, because I don't know if people are scared to go into gunfire or not. Yeah, they still got some work to do on that. See, I don't know if he just left or he got bored or what.
The amount of fucking pistols I can make. That one's kind of cool looking. It's like purple.
Yeah, purple is Psychotics thing or whatever.
Oh yeah, he does like purple.
I figured he would be excited about the Skeletor movie or whatever.
Skeletor?
Yeah, that's what he dresses up as. They had that He-Man movie that came out.
I don't think I ever watched it.
Oh, I didn't either. I heard it was ass. Not really sure.
Probably. Like, how are you gonna make a movie out of a cartoon that was so perfect for the amount of time that it was supposed to be for?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sell barbarian unitards these days, but they've tried to make movies in the past. I think it's always flopped. Did they power on?
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online.
I thought they made it to where you could fly the Ironclad from the pilot's chair, but
Shield system
it's
offline.
not. Maybe it's next update. This thing bugged out again. It's crazy. I really think the Ironclad would be a decent little ship. For farming items, at least. At this point, I'm probably just going to end up farming Recombinant and trying to trade for shit. It really isn't that hard to farm Recombinant. I need to get to where I can do the worm. I need 5 and 6 people. 5 or 6 people is like bread and butter for this game. Didn't you have the Hathor event to do?
Yeah, I'm literally getting ready to go do it, but I'm like confused because I think I just lost something that I really did not want to lose.
Your pride.
No, not that. But I might not have even had it on me as the thing.
How many, like, squad guys do you bring with you or whatever?
Like when I go to watch
How
the
does
event.
this work? Like Yellowstone's in charge, so he decides how many of y'all go on the mission? Is that what's going on?
It's realistically supposed to be all of us, but it ends up being pretty much me and Yellow.
Orgs are weird. That's all I know. That's my old deal with this. Is like I understand needing like some good pilots in general.
Your vehicle has been moved to storage facility.
I'm kind of on the thing of like I tend to just learn on the fly. If I get my ass kicked, I'll get better. But like a lot of stuff, and like right now, like these ships, we don't have any big carriers, and so it's like you shove, you know, maybe like 3 to 5 fighters on a carrier. Otherwise, people are like flying themselves into combat. But you can have ships on hand, you know, and like come in waves and wear people down. You don't really need the best fighter pilots for it. You just need guns. You need more guns. Although there are people that, you know, like I think Yellowstone was, I don't know what day it was. It might have been like last week. He was showing off like a fight or something that was like him doing a 1v7 or something.
Sounds about right. Most people in this game aren't very good.
Oh yeah, I know. That's every game. So I don't really have a hard time like practicing those, because 50% of the people you're gonna run into are automatically just gonna be ass. Then you have kind of that 50 to 80% range of people that are kind of good. They fluctuate. I'm generally kind of floating in that area, and then you have the people that practice all day long that you're probably rarely ever going to run into, but if you do, it's like, whatever. I mean, or you can go and train and try to beat them. It's not a huge deal. Hell, I watched Yellowstone and, hell, it was pretty much all of us get our ass kicked by one Talon one day. That was like in big ships and stuff too. We went to a fucking fight on the other side of Pyro and we killed like a reclaimer. And then we were spending like 2 days shooting the reclaimer and shit, and then they had people floating in space that kept coming near the... I was in a Perseus. They kept coming near the Perseus' door and trying to break in, and I kept seeing them and I'm driving away. And you know, of course, Chairman was telling me like, why can't you just like fly away? The thing was, is I did, but there was multiple of them in space, and I was rotating around the reclaimer. And so they had one on each side of the reclaimer going out, so if you went anywhere around it to try and destroy it, they would try to hop on your ship. Wasn't really a huge deal, though, because like they're not getting in anyway. But, then we had like 2 fighters, and then there's a Talon that was flying around just like fucking people up, and they were chasing it, and they couldn't ever catch it. And then I saw torpedoes on the corner of my eye, and I called him out, and then I was telling Chairman that there was torpedoes coming, because he was like in an 890 jump, and got no response on comms. And I just kind of like repeated it, and I called out an unknown target over there, and then like I was driving over, and he got fucking one-tapped by a torpedo. That was a fun thing. That's a positioning thing there, more than anything. It's needed the actual... well, I don't know if PDCs actually shoot torpedoes that are dumbfired or not. I haven't dumbfired torpedoes in a long time either. I used to be really into the Eclipse, but I haven't practiced in a long time. But you probably want some screens for torpedoes. Your big ship have some PDCs. Or some manual gunners.
Yeah. Manual guns go a long way.
Yeah.
Engines.
Depends on the ship and all that good stuff.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I feel like I've wasted so much time today.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been visited.
Did any of the dudes get a invite to the social condiment?
I don't know.
I never checked my email. I got an invite to be part of the Odin Club, but I really don't like how the ship looks. I hope they pretty that up. The bridge is nice.
I really wish you would have told me that.
What, that I was a part of it? You gonna give me $5,000?
We bought 2 of them, dude.
Okay. You gonna give
because
me...
because we had access to 2.
Oh. Well, I mean, pretty
So
much
if you can imagine
anything
if
happens, I pretty much have access to everything. I've been around forever. But someone just giving me $5,000 to buy a ship doesn't really seem that likely, but they probably want my account information or something, and I'm not giving that to nobody.
No, we would just trust that you would be willing to part with not your account, but the ship after it's actually released.
Yeah.
If you didn't yeah, see that's all we're getting them for, dude. Is imagine how much they're $5,000 as a fucking JPEG.
Yeah.
You know?
It'll probably go up a good bit when it comes out.
I bet you it's gonna be a $10,000 ship.
The thing is with these is just like you still have to upgrade them and shit. Like it is gonna be a good ship to have, but it's like you're not gonna have to earn it, but you're gonna have to upgrade it, which is still gonna take whatever they decide to do to upgrade ships. So like all the stuff that we're getting is like the base model. That's my whole thing with it, is like, you know, right now, if that ship came out in game, like, yeah, everyone would flock to you because they want to be a part of the big ass battle crew. And then when the game comes out, you're already going to have the battle crew, so you can upgrade the ship. But if we didn't have all this and we started the game from scratch, your groups would form, and then those groups would have all the resources to craft the ship, and then you upgrade it. But it just makes me wonder about LTI and shit.
Like, what about it?
It's just that, like, the balance of it, really. Like, it makes me wonder, because this is the thing I brought up the other day on the internet, is because we've been having debates over piracy, and, like, everyone's telling me that pirates shouldn't lose their gear. Basically, I'm saying that, like, CIG and stuff should do a simple security system where if a bounty hunter kills a pirate, like, not really, basically if someone attacks another player and they get flagged red in a security zone, that it should void their insurance, and then if someone kills them or a bounty hunter kills them, they can claim their components. That way the bounty hunter can get more money than they can actually, you know, get doing the bounty, which is only like 150k. And then usually bounty hunters don't really use cargo ships, so that means, like, if they want the gear, then they're going to hire a cargo ship to come get the loot. And then cargo players don't like hiring escorts because they don't like giving up money. But now the cargo player and the security player are connected, and they have a friend that they know that can come do that thing for them. So you kind of have like a symbiotic relationship there. But people are saying online, essentially, that pirates shouldn't be punished, and security people shouldn't be getting any payment for doing security, and pirates should be able to get loot and shit. And it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. It kind of does, kind of doesn't. But
I just wish that there was a way that like, it's not like, if they made it so where it's something that you can't do to your own ship, or like a member of your org's ship, if that makes sense, like, because there's got to be a way to link those two things in the game, right? To where, like, it's as simple as writing the code as when client org matches or like matches X, void, like, where necessary, you know, type shit, where you could go and kill a bounty or kill another player and be able to get the components and not have them get bricked, or like have illicit insurance, dude, that, like, you can purchase on your Moby Glass, right? That, like, or like you take the, like, somewhere where you can take bricked components and, like, have like a chop shop fix them.
Well, they've talked about that already. The thing is that essentially you're supposed to have, like, the bounty hunter side, and then you have the council or whatever, which is like the evil side, the pirate side. And if you're a part of the pirate organization, basically what they said at CitizenCon was that you're not allowed to do both. So eventually what they're wanting to do is that if you're an unlawful player, you only get unlawful missions, and if you're a lawful player, you only get lawful missions, which to me, I prefer being able to get both. Like, if I'm good enough to keep myself from getting a bad reputation doing the missions, let me get both the rep, because I busted my ass. But basically the council is supposed to have a way to unbrick items, but you have to pay for it. But that just negates everything that the security guys can get. So I don't understand that. See, if I was me, basically how I was looking at it is, you have like pirates that are PvE pirates, and you got pirates that are PvP pirates. And if people like doing PvP, they tend to min-max their gear, so they're gonna have like the best items and shit in the world. And then they're gonna go and fuck up people that have, for PvE players, they're gonna be choosing targets that either they want to kill the fuck out of, or have a the fuck just happened?
Have a. I switched over to my phone so I could look for my vape.
Well, you're gonna look for targets that have like valuable loot that you want to steal. So, and then in my mind, you know, what these people are saying is that you insure your items. The pirates lose; they wouldn't lose their items because they're insured. In my mind, they need to lose those items because that's the cost. It's like a high risk, high reward thing with piracy. And then the high reward is the thing that the PvE players have been harvesting this whole time. And then when it comes to bounty hunters, you're getting paid 100K to go and risk your life and all your ship stuff, although your ship is insured, so you don't have as much risk. But you're risking your character's life and your time and all this other shit for 100K when you could be potentially open up a loot box. So like every pirate ship is essentially like a loot box that you can just, oh, that's a top of the line gun, that's a top of the line power plant. And then those guys would be like, I want that shit because it's like the things that they need to keep fighting pirates. But if you insure the pirates and they get all their shit back, then there's no real punishment for going and losing in a fight. There's only gain at that point besides them dying or whatever.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to ship tiers, this is what's really like getting me into it too, because we're going to have tier 1 through 5 in ship tiers. I'm assuming we're going to be getting a lot more health, a lot more armor, probably more gun damage, stuff like that. And then so now it's like you're going to have tier 5 pirate ships with maxed out stats and stuff coming in and attacking Timmies with like tier 1 starting vessels with like gold on it and shit, or you know, whatever. And I know they want like NPCs like, you know, doing all this shit, but in general it's like they could go and they're going to be attacking lower level players, and they're going to be attacking people that aren't prepared, because you're going to have people just gathering items and doing their daily stuff, and they don't know when an attack's coming. The attacker is going to get, you know, first strike. And so you kind of like, there could be an imbalance there if they keep getting that back. But if they lose their ships and they lose their components and their upgrades, then the pirates have a time gate before they can attack you again. And then if their ships are lower tier and then your PvE players end up getting higher tier ships over time, they could potentially, like, say, I mean, they probably wouldn't do this, I don't know, but like say the higher tier your ship gets, the faster it goes. And then it's like, okay, now higher tier PvE players can actually outrun pirates. And so like they have a limited amount of time to take them down, but you would have to like stranglehold how powerful pirate ships can get. Like if they fuck up and they get punished for it, it's going to take them a while to get back. But,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but people online say that it doesn't make sense because pirates, basically they're saying security shouldn't be getting any benefit and stuff from anything, and that pirates should be protected and stuff, which I don't know. At this point, everyone online is just a fucking idiot to me. I don't even know. But I get it in the sense of like PvE piracy, like just doing random missions and shit, but But also, if security forces can't unbrick items, that's going to suck. So I hope they change that, because I would like to steal some pirate shit and unbrick it. That'd be great.
The ability to unbrick it would be nice.
I wonder how much it's going to cost or whatever. That's my question. Because it's probably going to be like a portion of the ship item. Or some bullshit harvestable for Wicklow or something.
That I almost bet you it's gonna be like based off of your rep with the council, or you know, whatever side of things you're on.
Honestly, I would be fine with like research being a thing in this game where it's like maybe you don't unbrick the item, but you can take it and like disassemble it and then eventually like learn how to make it yourself. So like someone went and earned the blueprint for it, but now you can learn the blueprint from collecting like 10 of them or something and taking apart. But
Yeah, but then people would just craft them and give them away.
True.
And then craft and then disassemble and then craft and then disassemble.
Yeah.
Which breaks down into like we need to be able to have org fucking hangars and banks, you know. So like until base building is a thing, like none of this shit should even be being talked about, you know. Unfortunately, but like it's still a fun conversation to have at the same time.
Well, it's like I talked, well, the last time I was on before I took my break, I literally was like, you know, I'm waiting on Nick's one to show up because I'm wanting to see how they change ground combat and ground travel and shit because they haven't did anything with it in like decades. And then I'm waiting on like social tools and like the ability to share ships and stuff with an org and stuff. And then like Chairman and them told me that they didn't think that was ever coming, but like even right now we're sharing ships. It's just, you know, you might not transfer ownership, but like imagine in the future where it's like you got a capital ship, you need it repaired. Do you need to be online all day long for it to get repaired, or is your org going to be actually able to like go fix it? You know, like they're going to be able to share ships in some degree, and then crafting ships is going to be coming, and you're going to be able to give ships to people. So, because you're going to have ship selling and trading between players.
Yeah.
So, I would assume orgs are going to be able to share to some degree in the future. So it's just, you know, but that's where you get like a whole thing where it's like I don't even know how this economy is going to get. Like, Chairman's very focused on capitalizing on it. He's all about the money. But dude, like how like to craft like a tier 5. Also, it's like with stealing ships and stuff and unbricking things. Like if someone's crafting a let's say an Odin, like someone's crafting like a tier 5 Odin at their space station base, are we going to be able to like visually see it and then like once it's crafted like run over there and try to steal it and then unbrick it? Because that seems like a whole other thing. Like that's something that I'm really focused. That's why I have really big iffiness when it comes to like buying the big capital ships. Although it's like it's cool to have them, but like even the Krakens and stuff in my head, it's like if you find an NPC mission that has a Kraken, that's probably going to be like one of the easiest ships to steal because it's like all pad and it's all there's like 15 entrances into that thing, and then there's already Idris missions in the game. There's Polaris missions in the game. And people do steal them, but it's just not very common anymore because people buy them all the time. And then we even have NPC missions where they're going and stealing Polarises and stuff and using them to fight against us. So it's like, I think stealing ships is like a vital part of the game that no one does because since everyone buys everything. Like the only time I've ever stolen ships was when I didn't have ships. But it was like a key thing. I used to do that with drug bush missions. And I made videos over it in the past because everyone was buying ships on the store. And I was telling them you don't have to buy ships. You can literally get like a starter package and then go and do this mission. It spawns Cutlass Blacks. You take the Cutlass Black, you park it in your persistent hangar and keep it. And then like you could use it to load up drugs and make like 500K in a day. And then eventually they made it to where they wouldn't stay in the persistent hangar anymore. And I don't know if it got fixed, but you could just like used to. I had an extra large hangar, and every day I would just like get on and I would go and capture a Cutlass Black, and I would park it in the hangar. And then I had like 50 Cutlass Blacks that were like NPC owned in my persistent hangar, and I just logged on and got in a Cutlass Black and took off. And when it blew up, I just got in another one and took off. So it's like there's stuff like that happens. So. Cutlass Black's like $100 and something ship, so that was like $3,000 in there.
Goddamn. Bro, is it like $3,000 worth of fucking ships?
Yeah, but it's like NPC ships. It's kind of like right now. I
Yeah.
have illegal missions leveled up, and I can find 890 jumps and carracks and shit easy. All I got to do is capture them. That's it. And they have NPC crew. So it's like that carrack, that $700 carrack, I can just boop. 3 seconds. Captured. All you need, like, it just takes crew. That's literally it. That 890 jump is like $1,000 or something. I can steal one right now. All I need is distortions.
True.
I want to unlock that Idris mission. I don't know if it's still here. It was Eckhart mission before.
What's the mission?
It's like his last mission. It spawns an Idris.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's missions that spawn these things. It's like the Reclaimer. I can find Reclaimers. I've been wanting to take, because I don't own a Reclaimer anymore, but I want to steal one from an NPC. But it's a pain in the ass solo. That is for damn sure. If it's moving. Or an Atmo.
Yeah, those two things do make it slightly more difficult, at least.
Yeah. If it's perfectly straight up and down, and it's not moving, you just kind of like plop on top of it and you jump in the airlock, you're hunky-dory. But like, the Reclaimer is very sensitive. I don't even remember what I was doing. Key cards? Security? Was it observation state? What the fuck are they called? I haven't even been to these abandoned outposts in Pyro in so long. I don't even know what spawns there anymore. There's so many of them. If you fly to these, this is where I got the idea from mining with the Polaris and stuff before. It's because I was going to these hangars and shit. And then when you just like scan around at the rocks outside of here, you find things that are like valuable. So like outside of the breaker stations, there's some. Outside of these red keycard areas, there's some. And then like the pyro stations, just around the station, there's like iron and shit. So it's just like, huh, might as well grab it, you know? You have someone sitting on a ship.
Just sitting on the ship?
Yeah, because everybody wants like a, you know, Overwatch or somebody chilling on the bridge all day. So the other thing is that like it's hard to convince people to become crew members. So once you do that in like a Polaris, you have a reason to have more crew members. So if you put 4 golems in there and there's 4 people that are mining while you're doing something, there are 4 gunners there. And then the mining material gives them a reason to actually defend the fucking ship because they don't want to lose their ship.
True.
Yeah. So how people interact.
Oh, people are weird. You know this.
Yeah, I'm sure Chairman and all them will catch on eventually. And
I don't know, the org dynamic has been pretty fucking good, dude. People are like actually handing shit over to our treasury. Like just willingly.
yeah.
Which is like, I feel like a massive step.
Well, because he's like an Eve player and stuff. They go like mega tribe. That's where I'm split on it, because the way that he does it is technically better when it comes to like building an org, because it basically makes everyone sort of work underneath the org. You don't really get anything without them approving it. Whereas like I'm more of a laissez-faire, like help everybody get things done guy. So I would try to get everybody ships and stuff. But then when you do that, they can then leave. So it's kind of a thing. But in this game, it's probably there's going to be a lot of economy and upkeep of stuff, which is why, like, when I brought up the fleet the other day and he was like, a lot of people are going to be broke in this game when it comes out. He's saying that I'm not going to be able to afford to run my fleet, which I'm fine with because I don't really care either way. It's not a fleet that I'm going to be running 24/7. It's literally like a raid fleet, and I don't need to upgrade it or anything. I just need to get, like, literally everything that I have is just a fucking big-ass transport that drops vehicles and troops. It can be paper. And worst case scenario, I just rent it out. Orgs will probably just get their own anyway, but the idea really is that you find players that want to make their own new org when the game comes out, and they can just borrow a fleet instead of, you know, grinding for 15,000 years or spending
Or shelling out thousands of real dollars.
Yeah. That's my main plan, is that I'm trying to make a shared fleet so anyone can kind of make their own org and group in the game. Dude, I cannot remember what these things are called, and I can't find them. The little...
Like the derelict outposts?
The red keycard spawn. It's like a supervisor station, isn't it?
Yeah, if you look up Pyam.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know what I typed in the first time. I was looking for fucking ages. I haven't flown
I got you, baby girl.
in a long time.
I fucking, yeah, same.
This was my baby for a long time. I went from the Cutlass Black to the Andromeda. When we fought Griefernet, like, I don't even know how many years ago, this was the ship I was using. I fucked up so many fighters. It's this and the Saber. I used to be a big time Saber pilot. I was really into stealth when everyone else said it was ass. I still love the Saber, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't have the deck space for it.
Fair. It's a pretty fucking wide ship.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't think people appreciate it that much. I still look at it more for its utility on the ground. The thing is that it can hold, like, a lot more missiles than you would expect. And then the stealth, like, when it comes to stealth, like, stealth is useful in space and stuff, but stealth is really fucking useful when you're dealing with ground targets that have anti-air emplacements. Or you need to really hit a target.
That's facts. Yeah, when you gotta get right up to it before they can fucking see you, so that they don't fucking snipe you in the sky.
Yeah. My focus is completely different, and that's what's so fucking hard about it. Is like, I've been looking for ground guys. The Auroric dude is the only one that's like a ground guy, and then they do major events like on the weekend. Sometimes they do them in the week, and they're all military, but like they also do fucking boot camp training, and I'm not opposed to being in like squads and using infantry tactics and all that. I actually really like that kind of stuff. My issue is that when it comes to video games, a lot of people are dumbasses, And then you have this rank system where like you've promoted people and they have no fucking idea how to lead, and you're stuck like listening to people. And it's just, and I'm not even saying like I don't have the experience to lead all like for all these missions and shit. And I don't really care to be a leader half the time. But like if I'm in a group and somebody's leading good, I'm locked in. I'm fucking on it. If things break down and it's not going so well and like people are getting fucking demolished and don't know what the fuck they're doing, I just slowly step sideways and be like, okay, I'm gonna go over here and like shoot somebody, because I don't know what's going on right here.
Which is like a completely fair like reaction.
Well, that's how it was in Tarkov. There's a group called the Legion or something, and they had code words for every map. You had to learn every map, and there's specific code phrases for every, you know, building and room and shit. And then they had like pre-planned tactics, and you had to do a whole bunch of training and shit. And then you had to like go into like custom matches and get promotions and shit. And then I remember going in there, they had this elite unit that was like the best of the best of the best. They're top guys, and we got stuck in there with them, and we're doing like a basic, like, I don't know if you know Tarkov, but like an interchange mission. Interchange is like my main map. But they go up to do like the tech store. It's been a while since I played, but like the tech store over by the grocery side, up the escalator. And we get into a fight there, and then they basically say, hunker down. And so like everyone's just like chilling in this fucking corner, and nothing's happening for like 30 minutes. And I'm just like, what are we doing? He's like, no, just wait. Sit there for like a whole hour until like the whole match timer goes out. And it's like, this is the best they got. Like, you know, and then it's we had a deal where we had 40 guys, and we took all the basically like military base or whatever the fuck that map was called. They took all the spawns, like they planned everything to where every player group was them on the map. So there was like 20 or 40 guys on this map, and I was telling them, you know, like we could just make a perimeter around the outside, send in like a small team, clear the buildings one by one so there isn't like a whole lot of mess everywhere. And instead they did like, you know, maybe a couple of people on watch, and they were doing these like massive groups just like sweep through buildings. Well, go into like 15 minutes, scav players start spawning in the middle of everybody. Everyone starts shooting the fuck out of each other. The thing goes to shit. So like 40 of like fully armed, best gear people that you could possibly have get fucked up by like 5 scav players. It's like, you know, that's the shit that happens in video games. If you're in the actual military, that shit wouldn't happen. Hopefully.
Well, yeah, if it did, you had bigger problems.
Yeah. It's like you start getting over like 3 people. Most kind of like games, you get over like 3 people, tops like 5 people, comms start breaking down quick.
Radar contact. Shields on.
Yeah, that's why I have so much respect for fucking. You know who Archaeos Ruin is?
Is this like a Tarkov player?
No. This is a Star Citizen player.
Not that I know of. I mean, I might know his face or something.
Fair. Basically, he runs like one of the largest orgs. But like he maintains such good comm discipline in his server that it's insane.
Is this like a younger guy who played like squad and like tactical milsims?
He might have. I don't know.
I know there's a younger guy who like joined more recently, and I've seen his videos for like other tactical shooter games. but he's like younger. He's a little bit chubbyish looking. I think white or like slightly tan with like he used to have
I
long
know he
hair.
streams. I don't know if he shows his face though.
Yeah, I know like that dude's videos for other games he didn't show his face, but I've seen his face for Star Citizen videos, and he just posted one recently kind of saying that he's not upset, but upset that he wasn't invited to the Star Citizen Squadron 42 thing. If it's the same guy, I don't know, but I don't
Were
think
you were I take it you were invited though?
I didn't check my email. I mean, I might be. I'm not flying to Europe. I'm very skeptical about Squadron 42 in general. Like, I hope it's badass, but like all the gameplay that I've seen, it's never like, oh my god. Like, it does kind of remind me of like, I don't know. It's almost kind of like a Halo vibe, but it's like a Halo with like 80s sci-fi tropes in it.
It's like yeah, it's definitely got like a Halo-esque storyline, I feel like.
Yeah, it's just like if you watch the gameplay, like the thing is like they did the trailers with the actors and stuff, and they did that for years, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" and they're like flipping out. It's like, "Oh, that's Luke Skywalker," and I'm just like, okay, but like, you know what's going on? Like the mission starts, it looks good. You're sitting in a turret for 45 minutes. You know, you're watching a movie play. You go into like a hallway and there's like a classic dude in a spaceship that gets sucked out the side. You know, and then you're like sneaking around this ship. It doesn't really, like, nothing crazy is going on. And then like the Van Duels show up. And yeah, they're like killing people and stuff, but they don't seem like a huge threat or anything. Like, maybe they're playing on easy mode. I don't really know. They're like, you know, they got big ass stabbing spears that shoot lasers, but they're like knocking you on your ass, and you push a button and like you kick them in the shin repeatedly to like get up. You know, like maybe it's just because it's the introduction mission. Maybe they get harder as the thing goes on. But I was just looking at it and I was like, this is like Halo, like that's an elite that has like one move set. I don't know. But I'm hoping the engineering and stuff in that game is probably going to be a big part of it. It's what I thought Star Citizen was going to be back in the day, was like we have ship components and stuff, but like years ago I was always like, how cool would it be if like your ship, like if it's like Sea of Thieves, so like your ship has its own engine and shit, and maybe there's like Hathor batteries and stuff that you stick into the engine to make it run, but like the batteries can get knocked out or get damaged, or the ship thing, like you do the Onyx facility and the gravity or the power nuclear generator thing is like off center, and you gotta like pull all these levers and buttons to like keep it straight. I thought that was like where we were going, and it would have been cool. Like here's a vent pipe that's like leaking, you know, fuel you need to seal up, and here's a lever that you need to adjust to like make sure the power generator stays on. Scotty's giving her all she got, but
And unfortunately it's not that.
yeah, I mean, no game is ever really what you want it to be. I mean, I've learned that over the years. But
No, there's one game that's exactly what you wanted it to be. Fucking Skyrim, dude. Skyrim was pretty perfect, especially when they did like the new, like next generation fucking revamp where like consoles could mod and shit.
Well, I never played it on console, but I'm a pretty big video game critic in general, because like I've just played a shit ton of games over the years. But Skyrim, when it first came out, I remember going and like just the first thing I did was just like go and finish the storyline, and it was like really easy, and Alduin was dead in like an hour. And I remember that being kind of like, ugh. And then, like, the dungeons in the game, I didn't really like the dungeons when it came out. Just something about it was just like, seemed like copy paste to me at the time. I went back and played it recently and I enjoyed it, but there's still like, it's not a bad game, it's a good game. It's just, I wish, like, we don't even need like a Elder Scrolls 6 necessarily. We just need, like, if Skyrim had more scale to it. Like, if you took a Star Citizen planet and had Skyrim on there, and it was like, okay, you can now make an army and shit, because that's what you do in that game anyway. You get really powerful, and then people start, like, raising undead armies and shit. So just take that to the next level in Skyrim, and let us be, like, deal with kings and shit, and then, like, add the other races and the other, you know, lands and stuff to it with, like, DLC packs, to where, like, we have to deal with invading armies and fucking giant-ass gods and shit that obliterate thousands of men. That's what I want in that game. But it's not a bad game.
Yeah.
Not a bad game. You know how fucking badass it would be, though, if it's like... Because, like, you play Bannerlord and stuff, you kind of know some of this, but, like, you get, like, 1,000 dudes, and you've, like, busted your ass, like, getting these guys geared and leveled up and shit, and then just going into a battle and just watching them get fucking massacred. And it's like, you, like, sometimes you have to go in there and, like, personally, like, swing the battlefield. Like, Matt, like, you would have the option in that kind of situation to where, like, do you want to build up an army and fight the other armies? Or do you want to, like, be a god, immortal character and just, like, one guy versus 10,000 men? It'd be awesome.
What the fuck? That shit sounds crazy. Just being like fucking just solo fucking winning a war.
Yeah. I mean, that's what, like, the Dragonborn kind of thing is. Like, Tiber Septum and stuff, the Thuum is, like, this big-ass, like, awesome weapon. You know? Just, we're the next Dragonborn. Let us fucking do Dragonborn shit and, like, conquer the Empire if we want. I almost think that they're gonna keep that in, like, the next game, because, like, it doesn't fully make sense, but I feel like the dragon thing really isn't over. Also, I kind of came to the conclusion that I decided that maybe not keeping Parthenax live was maybe the better option. So, like, I think... Are you a Parthenax fan?
Not necessarily.
Well, like, I understand why everyone likes him and stuff, but I think he might be playing the fucking long con. I understand it, but not, like... Because if you play that game... Here's the first thing, okay? Because, like, I think the Empire should win in that, because if you play the start of the game and you watch Ulfric, he is like a scared little girl hugging the wall in that tower, and he ditches your fucking ass, okay? And he doesn't fight the dragon. He doesn't try to kill the general. He doesn't try to save his men. He doesn't leave with you. You know, he's fucking gone. And then General Tullius is out there in the middle of all of his men. He only has like 8 dudes left. He's fighting a fucking dragon. He's trying to get everyone out alive. You know? So that was my first thing. Because, like, Nords, like, everyone that's like a true Nord, like, they don't give a fuck about dying. Like, they just go in there and they go at it. But there's, like, books and stuff, especially at the first of the game. If you pick, like, the Nord side, there's a book on a shelf and stuff that's, like, about Ragnar the Red or something. Or Olaf One Eye or whatever. And it talks about how, like, they don't really think all the stories are true. So there's basically the author of the book is, like, talking about how, like, some of the things in the story doesn't make sense, and somehow he, like, captured a dragon and brought it all the way back and trapped it inside of Dragon's Reach and shit. So basically there's a whole bunch of stuff in that game where it's like the stories and shit are fucking bullshit. And you know, it's the same thing with like Ulfric. Like when he's going through his storyline, he is very worried about what his story sounds like and not necessarily like what he is doing. So it's all about sounding good. And
as opposed to like proving it.
Yeah, it's just like he lets you kill Tullius and stuff at the end because they think it'll make a better story. Everything that he does, like he killed the Child King not only because it was like a point or whatever, but also because like it makes like he thinks it makes his story look better and stuff. He has like these old principles that he goes by, which you can kind of, you know, whatever side you want to go on, I don't care. But basically, you look into Parthenax shit, and he's like, okay, I taught humanity how to use the Thu'um and saved them from the, you know, dragon enslavement and all this other shit. And the thing is that the goddess, like Kieran or whatever the fuck her name was, is said to be the person who taught them the Thu'um, or like shared the Thu'um with humans and shit. And then Akatosh or whoever made the first Dragonborn at least, which is Marak or whatever at the same time. So the gods were already getting fucking involved with the dragons at that point, you know. And then it's like the dragons were starting to get their ass beat in the war. Like and then I think the god also talked to Parthenax, so like probably helped him out with that. Parthenax also, here's the other thing, is that Alduin is the World Eater. Parthenax has no problem with Alduin being the World Eater. He wants Alduin to eat the world. It's not a big deal to him. His problem was that Alduin went against his purpose and started trying to conquer the world. So the world didn't end because Alduin wanted to conquer it. So by us killing Alduin and sending him back sets up the world to be ended at some point. The Greybeards and Parthenax have no interest in saving the world. They do not give a flying fuck. And he even tells you that much. And then he's systematically stripped the Thu'um away from humanity over however many years it is. Because he trained the Greybeards and stuff. Nobody outside of the Greybeards and like a few select people have the Thu'um. And he doesn't even communicate with the Greybeards, really. So even if they wanted to like spread it, they could corrupt it and shit. Or whatever the fuck they wanted to do. And then there's not really anyone in his way at this point. You know, the Dragonborn will, like, die of old age and shit at some point. So it's like, there's a lot of, and also he, you know, says that he resists his urges, like, constantly, so. It's a whole deal, that guy.
Yeah, I wish I knew more of, like, the lore on it. I just liked the fact that it was, like, very solid open world. Like the fact that it really reflected like what it's like to have a butterfly effect, you know, in your actions, which was like fucking. You remember Fable?
Yeah, I know of it. I didn't play it.
Oh, that was a like great fucking series of games, dude. That was like, I was just like a wee jit, you know, like some of my first gaming. And like that shit like really built a strong structure for like at least like the bare minimum what I should expect from a game, you know. And honestly, I don't think a game has, because like you literally grow up from a child, you know, in that game.
Yeah, like Fallout.
Yeah.
I looked at the Fable games for years. I never really got a chance to play them at that point. I don't think.
Yeah, I really hope you get like an opportunity arises for you to like really put some time into it and like play it. It's such a good game.
They had a new one or something with like Reputation or something coming out. So like villagers remember you and shit.
Yeah.
I think.
And if you kill a whole village, the whole village stays dead.
I know, like I've heard that from so many games over the years. Like Guild Wars 2 was supposed to be like that as well. Like all your actions matter and the world changes by like what you do, and it just ended up being kind of bullshit. Like it's true, but not really. But yeah, so Fable's like your top game.
Probably actually like. Actually, no, I take that back. My favorite like fucking game ever, dude, Borderlands. Specifically 2. They did really well with 3. I did not care for any of like the spin-offs in the middle.
I played the first one a little bit. I didn't really get into it, which was kind of odd. It was the cartoony like design, which is weird because I got into Rage, which I don't know if you've heard of that, but
Isn't it suggestively way more cartoony?
I don't know if it's not comic book cartoony, but it is kind of cartoony. But it's more like Mad Max, Death Racer, and like the game really wasn't even that big or anything. It was a cool game though when it came out. It just didn't really have much going for it, and I wasn't able to play multiplayer. Borderlands, it was just I don't remember. It was something about just how the screen was. Like it just my eyes just couldn't take it. Everything was like 2D and flat, and I was like, what the fuck am I looking at?
But simultaneously like 3-dimensional.
Yeah. Probably was.
Oh, the story, bro. Like if you're gonna, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you decide that you're going to play Borderlands, you literally have to play 1, 2, and 3 and really like pay attention to the story and like the character development that goes along the way. You know, like that's what makes the game for me, I think, was one of the biggest things is like, for one, it's out of the box, it's exactly what you pay for. It's a fucking loot and shoot, you know? And to have a looter shooter like that gives you as in-depth of like you genuinely get attached to these, like genuinely get attached to some of these characters, you know?
Yeah, I think the last time that happened to me was like Halo Reach.
And like that was a good feeling, bro. Like it's crazy how much like you realize like as you like you get older and you play a bunch of other games, but like there's just those ones that fucking when you were like young, they just fucking hit, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember games that actually like games that were like iconic for their time, because I know Diablo is like probably my original game that was like peak when I was younger, and like the RTS Red Alerts and all that were like what I grew up on, and like Age of Empires were all like really good in their time. And there's like so many good console like for like the PlayStation, Nintendo, Atari.
Dude, I have 2 NESs like under my bed right next to me.
You ever,
some 60 Pros.
Were you a fan of Left 4 Dead?
I loved it.
Yeah, did you like the second one? Wasn't there 3 of them? Or there 2?
They made a new one not too long ago.
Yeah. That game, like the first game when that came out was like next level of like something like you had never seen in a, like it was just the music, the zombie swarms, like the witch for the first time.
Yeah, no, I literally was about to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. The first time you hear a fucking witch screaming at you, dude, and you're like, what the fuck is about to happen? Because you don't know.
The second one fell off for me. I was like, they had the map that had like 500 witches on it that like wasn't a big deal, and then they just had like jockeys and shit jumping on your face. There's like they made things and then they had like Beta Charger, like it's just a charger, but he's like fucked up with one arm. Yeah, but that game was good.
That shit was fucking epic, bro. Like, growing up, that shit was epic as fuck.
I did like the Resident Evils and stuff. I wish I would have played more horror games growing up, but I really didn't do that. I had Fear. I played like Fear 2 or Fear or something on like Xbox. That shit fucked me up for a while. Like, that's the one game at the time. Like, back then, I would finish one... if I bought a game, it's why I stopped playing single-player games. If I bought a single-player game, I would finish it in like 2 hours. Storyline done. And the Fear game was like the first time I just like I had to like set the game down and just be like, okay, and I would forget about it and come back. Or it might have been the second time. I'll tell you a game that was fucking Predator or whatever, or Alien or whatever for like the PlayStation. You play that shit?
I never played that one.
That game, I never even finished it. I never even got past the first fucking level. I was like, it was, it might have been like a Pizza Hut demo or some shit, but like, there was things you used to get, speaking of games that were really good that were Pizza Hut demos, Tony Hawk Pro Skater or whatever. That
Fire.
game is iconic. If you ever played it, like everybody knows that fucking game because everybody wanted that demo. And you get to play as Tony Hawk just skateboarding. And I'm not even like big into sports games and shit, but like they would have like a song playing in the background. It's like, I'm the Superman. And then you're like doing rail grinds and shit and you get like 6 minutes to get big points. Yeah. But Alien was like the scary one that I never fucking finished because you would start off the game and you would be like, how the fuck do you open a door? And then like you'd already seen the Alien movies and you were like, oh shit, fucking there's gonna be like xenomorphs and shit on this thing. But then like you would start the game and like walk down the first hallway and the xenomorph would fucking jet across the fucking room and you were like, shit, it's like right in front of me, like I can't go that way. Like they would do things that was like, if you're in a normal game and you saw like an NPC sitting in the corner, you're like, there's an NPC in the corner. But like in that game, it was like it jolted across the room. It's not there anymore, but like you don't know where the fuck it is. It just like pops up and it like kills people and shit. And like you can't find a gun. There's like only like one spot in like the whole map that has a fucking gun. You have to find it. It's like those are old games where like people didn't think things through. It wasn't like
You want to know another game like that?
Huh.
Fucking Scorn.
Scorn.
It's a free-to-play game on like the Xbox Game Pass.
Oh, you're rich.
But that... What?
You're rich. I don't have... Is Game Pass like a new game? Or is Scorn like a new game?
No, it's fairly old, I think. But, yeah, dude, it's like an artist that, keep in mind, like, he was legit just a fucking artist that went to a game development, like, studio and was like, hey, I draw really fucked up shit. Do you guys want to make a game with it? Like, can you make my creations do things? And then he showed them his creations, and they were like, fuck yes, we can.
I might have to look into that one.
But it's one of it's the same way, bro. Where like it doesn't fucking tell you how to open. It doesn't tell you shit.
It sounds familiar, but like I know I haven't played it, but it does sound.
And it's like at the beginning, it's like, are you sure you want to like play this? Like, we will not help you at all.
Yeah.
Like there's like you are by yourself in this. You know, fucking forewarning and all.
Did you ever It was like right after I played the Fear game, I was like actually looking into other games that I thought might be similar. I think there was one called Singularity or something. You ever play that?
I think I played Singularity.
Yeah, that game was like pretty good, I thought. Well, I don't like. It's kind of like a Call of Duty storyline almost, but just like from what I remember of it, it was like you went to a Russian base or something in the future and it's all like fucked up, but then you keep like traveling back and forth in time or something, and there's like a dude who's like getting hypnotized and walking through doorways and shit. There's an evil fucking little girl jumping on your face and shit. Like every time you go through a doorway, like you'd pop out of the fucking door and like hop on you, or like you would go through a door, then it would just be like the fucking Silent Hill with like a swing set where she's like swinging, and it would just like, and then she would fucking do some shit and it'd be in your face and stuff. It's crazy. I don't know. You know what I'm talking
I'm pretty sure I played that game.
It's a pretty good game. Yeah. They need to make some more games
In,
like that.
there's a fucking butterfly. It's a butterfly effect. Like the butterfly effect was like a big feature of it. A horror game where I think it's called like The Cabin or some shit like that. I don't know if that's what it feels like, but you're like a camp counselor, and you like as fucking corny as it is, bro. You jump between like all of the camp counselors that are like left at camp after like all the kids went home and shit, you know. And it's like actually a fucking I don't know. It was me and my homie stayed up one night tripping acid playing that game, and it was a great
It's
time.
just the way that you said it that made it funny. Cause you're like, when you said The Cabin, I was instantly thinking of like all the fucking million horror movies. It's like The Cabin in the Woods or whatever, The Cabin Down the Street, Last Road or whatever. And then you're just like, you're fucking camp counselor. And I was like, what? Like what? But
I was like, I was not expecting this turn of events.
It's it sounds like it'd be different for sure. They have sometimes I wish I could kind of like rewind the clock and go back to stuff. It's crazy though, like I don't even know if I would play, although like I tried to play Left 4 Dead again at one point. But like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I probably wouldn't just randomly pop in and play. I bet one of those sells for a lot of money right now. I'm sure there's probably some nostalgic people that play that.
Probably. Fucking people will spend any fucking amount of money to fill their youth again, dude.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you ever have a Nintendo 64 or whatever?
I have two under my bed.
Oh yeah. So I was only allowed to have like one console growing up, so we had to get rid of stuff to get another one. So like, I had like a billion PlayStation games back in the day, but we had Nintendo 64 and stuff. We had like Diddy Kong Racing and Spyro and all kinds of shit. And then it was like years later, I think it was like in high school or college or something, I was like looking at it and they were selling for like just one of those games was selling for like $1,000 on the internet, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, if we would have saved those, we'd be fucking rich right now.
And meanwhile, y'all were just thinking of them as trash because like you had the new consoles were out, you know.
I didn't think of it as trash. It's just my parents were literally like, you can only have one console. That's why, like,
yeah, get fucked.
The PlayStation 2 came out. That's when I swapped to Xbox because everyone told me that PlayStation 1 games wouldn't play on PlayStation 2, and PlayStation games at the time were, I think, more expensive than Xbox games. And
because they had the Sony discs, bro.
Yeah, but like I was literally churning through single player games. So like if I bought one, I would finish it in like 3 seconds. So I was trying to save money, and then I think like Halo and stuff was, you know, popping off. There's things popping off on Xbox. But I had over 500 and something PlayStation games that I played like religiously, like on a daily basis, and then I swapped over. I even had like the old Frogger game, and then Fully Loaded was like dope. There's like some old like arcade shooter games and shit for the PlayStation.
Them shits was tough.
Yep. And then
So which Xbox did you switch to? Like Xbox or Xbox 360?
360.
Okay, yeah, because
yeah, I still have that.
Your 360?
Yeah, it's behind me. My sister.
Is it alive?
A what?
Is it alive?
I don't know what that means.
Does it have the red ring or no?
No, I mean I've never had a red ring. Well, it's probably showed up before, but like it's never been a permanent thing. But I don't play my Xbox that much. I haven't used it in a long time. But I had a few games that I kept, and then my older sister came and took them when I was in college. But the Armor Core games were the main games that I kept for a while. I had like GTA 5 and shit, but I never finished it and stuff. But one of those Armored Core games was Armored Core 3 for Answer and stuff, and that game was worth money back then, but then when they came out with Armored Core 6, it even jumped up even farther. And I don't even know. Is this a player? I don't know if she still has it, or she took it, or if it's in my CD player, or what. But there was only so many of those. It was like, that was the first like mech game that I bought for like consoles and shit. And Armored Core 3 is a great game. Even though it's like the missions are repetitive as fuck, it is the most like hype like thing. Like if you played Armored Core 6, you would kind of know, or if you play like Elden Ring, you kind of know because it's like the same guys. But Armored Core 3 back in the day was crazy. It was like the only time I ever went to a GameStop, and they were trying to I think that was right after when I was getting my Xbox, and I was trying to sell my PlayStation games, and they offered me like $40 for like 500 something games, and so we ended up selling those online instead. And I was looking around for like mech games. I was kind of curious at the time, and everything was like Gundam and shit. It's like all gay looking. It's all weird. And found that Armored Core 3 on the shelf there, and that thing, like, White Glint is like an icon. You just watch the intro movie to that, and it's you're feeling it. You know, and then you're going through there and you meet White Glint, and like you fight side by side, and she like fucking, or I think the first time you meet him, you're fighting White Glint, and she's kicking your shit like out of you, and then you have like the top ace mech pilot guy as your partner, and he gets a fucking bullet hole in his cockpit and like drowns to death. So it's like, the game is crazy. Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like, yeah, he fucking drowns to death, and I was like not expecting that turn.
Yeah, it's like they're very anime. Like if you like animes and shit, that's kind of what they do. So it's just, but it had like cities, like the mechs and stuff in that game are huge, and they had permaflight, so you could like fly in the air forever. But there was like cities that basically you're like traveling Earth, and corporations have like destroyed the planet, and there's like leftover cities like buried in sand dunes and shit, and the buildings can get destroyed. And you got giant mechs like fighting. You got like limited ammunition, so like if you go into a fight and you waste all your bullets, you're just like shit out of luck, you know. And then the missions are repetitive, but like the first time you'll go through and it'll be like, okay, kill 10 submarines or something, and you're like, this is fucking stupid. And then, you know, you go through and you beat the game, and every time you beat the game, you unlock a new branch. So when you go back through the missions change, and it'll be like, okay, go and kill 10 submarines, and you do that, and then the next thing you know, there's like 10 ace mech pilots that just pop out and try to fuck you up. And like you'd be like fighting for your fucking life, like not even kill one of them, drain all your fucking ammo, and you'd be sitting there fighting them for like a day. You know, and then you finally like end up killing them with like the original loadout you had, and you still have like half your bullets left because you just like got so much better. And like every fight that you did was like, you know, there's story behind each mech that you fought, and they would be talking to you in the middle of combat, and they had like arms forts that you would go that are like giant, like walking machines and shit with like lore, and each of the companies had like their own, you know, representative that would talk to you and like give you missions and like break down all the stuff that you're fighting and give you the background information and stuff on it. So it's like you very much get roped in. But that game was pretty good because it was like the main villains, there's like a bunch of different factions in those games, but like the main villains are like a group called Orca, and they're like killing citizens and stuff, and you know, destroying like power plants and all kinds of stuff. But when you're going through, it's like you fight White Glint and stuff, and she's telling you like, you know, are you on the right side of, you know, history and all this shit. But she's like a mercenary that like massacred villages in the past, and now she's like working for this like company that's supposed to be like the pinnacle of, you know, safety or something. And you go and you start picking off the Orca members like one by one by one, and then you end up like fighting the big boss and stuff, and by the end of it you like hear his final death message that like tells you shit, you know. And then like the next time you play through, you'll be like going through and you get contacted by Orca and you can join their side, and you get more lore and backstory, and you get to fight next to some of those dudes and see them die in battle. And it's like, it was crazy for the time, you know. It's still a good game today, honestly.
I was gonna say that the fact that it's like a game that keeps on giving, you know, like you beat it and you're like kind of upset that you beat it and you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna play it again, and then you play it again and it's an entirely new game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, because like it's like building your mech is like such a big thing in that game. So like sometimes you just like go back and you're like, this was my mech, and then you just like, you don't even start the game over. You just go in there and like you go and fuck people up with your old mech. And then when you do make like a new mech or whatever, there's like so many parts and pieces. Like you have like your CPUs and your thrusters and your power sources, and you know, melee weapons and snipers and bipods, tripods, tank legs. You can do so many fucking combinations to try if you want to in the game. And then each one that you choose, you have to fight differently because you have different stuff. But I usually gravitated towards like really fucking thick bipedal guys with really powerful thrusters, so like they were deceptively fast at dodging, and then just like a shit ton of Gatling guns or really big missiles. Oh yeah, great. But yeah, Armored Core 6 came out not too long ago.
That sounds like it'd be fun as fuck.
Yeah, they have multiplayer and stuff. They took away permaflight after Armored Core 3. Armored Core 6 was fun. I don't know if they have any DLCs. I heard they might have. I heard they had DLCs for Elden Ring too. I thought about playing that again, but I kind of get sucked into that kind of shit with build creation. But
that's how it was for me in Borderlands, bro. Because like you have like different like each. So you know that you can like pick which like player type you are, right?
like a
Especially.
class?
Yeah, like your class, like, and it chooses like which abilities you have and shit, right? There's like sirens or gunners, or there's like an assassin, you know?
Yeah.
So, especially in Borderlands 3, because they added so much fucking shit, including different like weapons that, like, it's the same weapon, but because you got like a double pent up version, it shoots like twice as many bullets and shit, you know? And you're able to like, when you talk about min-maxing in a game, you never expect it to be a solo game, right? That's always like a PvP kind of thing. No, bro, you were like you were figuring out how to min-max your fucking character so that like there's not a single boss on Borderlands 3 that my character could not kill using a single clip, because like the class I chose was Mose, and she has like a mech bear suit. And one of the like things gives me the ability, like in your skill tree, is like after exiting like your bear, like your mech suit, you have unlimited ammo for like X amount of time. So I went and did that, and then I found a gun called the Double Pent Up Alchemist that it either shoots 2 bullets at once that explode on impact, or it shoots 2 bullets at once that explode when you reload. And it's as fast as you can pull the fucking trigger.
See, that's interesting stuff that I wish that they had in like Star Citizen thing. Like, you don't really, like, that's just different. Like I've never even heard of a gun that does that. So it's like pretty dope.
Yeah, go look up, go on Google real quick and look up how many guns are in Borderlands 3.
That's probably why, like, I probably should have played it longer than I did to really get into it, because that's part of the thing with like Rage that I really liked, was like there wasn't really a ton to do in Rage, but the car, you had like a bunch of car parts and shit, and there was like some sort of like remote control, like triple boomerang and shit that you could, like, there's like weird ass steampunk tools that you had in there. But yeah, Borderlands. They probably have that on Steam. I don't know if I'll. Maybe I'll buy it. Maybe not. I'll look at it.
I would get Game Pass for a month, bro. Like Game Pass Ultimate for 1 month, and just play it.
Well, I mean, I don't really. I mean, I can hook my Xbox up, I guess, but I don't even know if I have an internet.
No, on your PC, man. On your PC. What the fuck do you do? No, on your computer.
Is Game Pass like a Steam thing?
No, it's
Microsoft.
Do you have Windows?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Xbox is already fucking installed on your PC unless you deleted it.
No, I had to download it on this one because I downloaded it for Sea of Thieves back in the day. You had to make an account.
Yeah, so on that same app, bro, you could just get a month. If you've never done it on your PC, it's $1 for a month, bro. When I used to cheat on Call of Duty, I would run through fucking Microsoft accounts.
You cheater.
Dude, punching is fun when you're bored.
Punching?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I understand, but I've never really cheated like that in a multiplayer game. What I'm picturing is like, you ever play like San Andreas? Like GTA?
Of course.
Like, that's what I'm picturing. Was like, I had that when I was a kid, and like I would get bored and I would go in there and then I'd like enter riot mode, and then I would get like bored and then like turn it off and then like go back in there and turn it back on and like get a jetpack and like get on a motorcycle and like fly around and shit, or like put flying cars on and shit. So it's just like something to do.
So here's the thing, right? Like using cheats on Call of Duty, which is like Call of Duty is the only game that I can support cheating on. Okay, because like I played at the competitive level on Call of Duty, and after you play at that level for so fucking long, dude, like the game just sucks. Like it could be a great version of the game, the guns could be super fucking balanced, you know, and it's just fucking it just sucks. You know, it turns into a shitty game, to where like you're not having fun unless you're playing for money, and then it's not playing a game, it's doing your job. You know?
I mean, I generally
like
just saw Call of Duty as not fun because it's like a movement-based shooter that I ended up breaking my fucking wrist playing every time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna do a 45-minute match of constant like fucking button mashing. So
yeah, see, that's why like
Modern Warfare
I would
was dope.
only like the peak of me playing it clean, right? Like not injected, was when I was on A1 United, which is like at the time was like a pro am team. Like we were sponsored by a fucking pre-built company, like that pre-built PCs and shit, and like we were sponsored by a keyboard, MageGe, like MageGe keyboards and shit. Like I remember it was dope as fuck, bro, because like they just sent one to my house with like the option of fucking having like, they sent me red, cream, and green switches, and then like 4 different colorways of caps that I could put on a 60%. Which like, if you were to go buy all that, like that'd be fucking expensive.
Yeah. That's the perks of
And
being famous, though.
Not famous, dude. It's just like if I would have stuck with it, bro, and if I would have took content creation more seriously, I bet you I would have, because like I didn't start posting content on it until like almost like I was almost done with the game, you know, like done playing the game as a whole. That's why I like, here, one second, I'm gonna switch back over to my
I just never really got into like, I record stuff and like I'll post like videos of gameplays and shit, but I don't like wasting. don't know what it is. It's like, if other people are already doing it, I don't feel a need to do it. But if I'm doing, like, something unique, I might. But I don't really feel like it. So what?
Who, me, or did somebody talk to you? Huh?
Okay, give me a second.
Radar contact.
Alright. But.
Oh, okay. You were on the. I was like so confused.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's gonna be a second. I gotta go outside. He got stuck underneath the house or something.
Who? What? Huh? Hello?
Shields damaged. 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 Shields damaged.
What? One sec, Kevin's calling. Hello?
Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged.
Grainger makes it easy to find and order the products your team depends on around the clock. Because when boxes are packed, pallets are stacked, and trucks are waiting at the dock, the last thing you want is to run short on the supplies that keep your warehouse moving. Grainger is there to help make sure nothing runs out when shipments are rolling out. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shields damaged. damaged. Shields 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 damaged. damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. damaged. Shields 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 damaged. damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. damaged.
simple man. Do 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 do.
Yo, I'm here. One sec. Let me put my headphones on.
What the fuck are you doing in here?
Fucking building a blueprint for a pergola.
A blueprint for a pergola.
Yeah.
Like a custom built one or what?
Yeah. Look, I'll send you.
House.
It's actually for somebody else, but.
So you guys must have really good schools, because my schools didn't teach me jack shit.
I didn't learn this at school.
Well.
What's your snap?
I guess LCA 67.
Fucking ginger.
Okay.
It's just like a top view of it. I need to like move that random as 9 because that's like not where it's supposed to be.
Oh shit, it says find friends and below it says OKC baddies.
What? I've never been more confused in my life.
Okay, it looks like a square.
It's a rectangle.
With more rectangles.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you see the white lines, right? That's the concrete pad that it's going to be being placed on.
Okay.
Okay. The little actual squares in the corners, right? There's one in each corner and then one on yep, those are 6x6-inch posts.
Okay.
And then I need to like add it to the drawing.
Big.
Yeah, 6x6 because it has to. It's gonna last, you know. And then, all around it, right? Like the outside edges are going to be 2x6, and then they're gonna be cut out. Like at the each end, there's gonna be 6 inches removed so that it overlaps on top of the post. That 6 inches, right? Like I don't have that demonstrated, but it's so that everything would like be as seamless as possible. Because if you look at the current draft at the corners on the right side, if they don't have the extensions that come off of what everything in the middle, right? That's coming out that has an extension right now that sticks past the main structure is a 2x4. One sec, I'm getting a call. Okay, I'm back. Where was I?
2x4s.
Oh yeah, and then the one up front, right, is a 2x4 as well. That way, like all of the top side supports will be the exact same, but the pergola's like rafters will all stay on the same level.
Okay.
Without like overcomplicating it.
Well, you see, I don't know. I looked into pergolas at one point, and you can get like some pre-built kits and stuff. Building things, I try to do stuff properly, but my family's very rednecky, so they tend to jerry-rig things together. The pergolas are the ones that don't have like an actual roof, right?
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is put like the wooden lattice shit.
It's like a pantyhose for
It's-
wood.
Yeah, it's like fishnets for wood. It's like wooden fishnets.
Okay.
Yep, that's gonna go on the very top to provide a little bit more shade.
Gotcha.
But still like allow people to like get vitamin D, you know?
They got something that's I don't know how much light it blocks or anything, but they have something that is it's kind of like a sheet, but it's like waterproof or water resistant. It's like the holes are so small the water can't go through it and it like rolls off. I've seen it before. I don't remember what it's called though.
That just sounds cool.
Yeah. My only thing with the wood pergolas and stuff is that the stuff that I've seen that they can like rot and stuff over time, so you gotta replace it and shit. Everything
Well, that's
else.
why it sucks to do it, but you just buy severe weather treated wood.
Okay.
It's like over double the cost of like the wood it like would regularly be.
See, that stuff doesn't
Which
really
kinda
bother
sucks.
me. Like my family will say like no go on that, but I would build a whole fucking house out of that shit. I've been trying to figure out how to build a freaking. Well, I want to build a roof in like a room. Basically, it used to be a garage on this house that I'm on, but we built a room on the back side of the house that took ages to build because my yeah, it's just how my dad is in general. He's very him, and everything was crooked and wrong, and yeah. So, in any case, the back side of the house over there, the roof line is like smaller than the original, like where the roof overhang is over here. So I gotta figure out how to connect those roofs together and somehow get the water to drain off the top of the roof on the second little building that we built
Are
on.
we getting by?
But my biggest thing here is that I kind of want to build a deck, like a deck with a roof underneath it. You know what I'm saying?
So just like a patio, a covered patio.
Yeah, but I've seen different ways that people do it, and then a lot of people saying not to do it certain ways, and it, it's too complicated for my family to know how to do it, and I'm kind of curious, but I like the idea of like having the roof, just like a roof on the house, but it's like the extra storage space you get from building up and having a second level. And then if I wanted to do anything on my actual roof, because I'm going to have to put new roofing and stuff on this house at some point. The shingles and stuff are getting old and like coming off and shit. So,
Remember to make sure your home insurance pays for that shit, bro.
well, I don't have home insurance.
God damn it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even have health insurance, man.
Well,
So-
neither do I. That shit's whack. I don't go to the hospital. People die there.
Yeah. But yeah, I like the idea of just being able to like walk up some stairs and stuff to get to the top of my roof instead of having to go up a dinky ass ladder because I'm a big man and ladders suck. So
I'm actually, dude, I'm so comfortable on ladders. I can like walk on a ladder that's like, I shit you not, like 2 stories high, and like I can use it like fucking stilts at the top of it.
my deal is that well, when I was younger, we went hunting once, and we went up in a giant ass tree stand, and like halfway up the ladder lifted up off of the ground, and then we had a barn with like a wood ladder, and it busted at some point.
Give me one moment, okay?
The ladder we have at the house over here.
Sure thing.
I've busted 2 ladders, and then the old ladder that we've had forever, it bends underneath my weight, so like it'll literally bow when I stead on it. So it's kind of.
How much do you weigh?
I mean, right now I'm like 340. I lost 30-40 pounds, and then I started gaining some back when I was lifting.
Hi.
So
Thanks for coming in.
How tall are you?
like around 6.
Are you just like actually wide as fuck? Like, are your shoulders wide as fuck?
Yeah, I'm pretty broad. I'm not the broadest in my family, but like I'm fairly broad-shouldered.
Do you know your wingspan? Because your wingspan's got to be more than 6 foot, right? Like your arms stretch out more than you are tall, huh? From like fingertip to fingertip.
Probably. Like my arms aren't like super long, but.
But no, it's just the fact that you're at like chest, right? The distance between shoulder and shoulder is like what makes up that difference.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, dude, this is literally just being broad-shouldered.
Yeah, maybe I should start putting that on
How can I help you?
my profile pages.
What?
It's about like wingspan, you know.
Yeah, fucking, yeah, wingspan.
Give the best hugs. Wingspan, 24 feet or some shit.
Yeah, imagine 24 foot.
There's a dude that I knew when I was younger. Well, his name's Reggie, but he's this really skinny, like black dude. But his arms, like his hands, like can drag on the ground. Like his arms are so fucking long.
What can I do for
like
you?
his hands can like touch his fucking ankles without even like bending over. It's crazy.
Hello. Thanks for coming in.
You been playing with 5-star at all?
Not really. I miss him though. He's not the whole reason I have this fucking game.
Yeah, I never really understood why y'all weren't playing.
I think it's just because like we like to do different things in the game. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. I spend way more time in Arena Commander than I do in the actual game.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's a lot of people too. I mean, not as much these days, I don't think, but it's a lot of people. Other things, just like if I die in the verse, I don't really like. I just never really put a. If you get like permadeath and like the punishment's really that bad, then you know maybe I'll be a little bit more serious with how I survive. But the most annoying thing to me right now is just freaking bounty hunters and shit. Get up your ass and you have to deal with them all week and you can't clear your crime stat.
Yeah.
But this LMG lets me down in here. Dead bodies. There's dead guys everywhere. Getting shot. This dude already took all the fucking fuses. So many dead players in here. Holy shit. Yeah, I really need to run CZs more. That way I can get more adjusted to like higher pace FPS combat. Like, I don't get into combat that much in this game. So like I really haven't got to practice FPS much. Like I don't really like Space Marine or whatever, and over the years, like, I've shot people in the face with shotguns and shit, but it's like they tried to fight me in the open when I was in clothing and stuff. Where are the fuses, my dude? Slightly retarded, maybe. That is the most... What? Oh, I think I had that red card on me. I don't even remember what way I need to go in this fucking deal anymore.
Yeah. Oh, also, did your fucking pops get stuck under the goddamn house, dude? Is that what you said when we left?
Yeah, I mean, he was... Yeah, he's, like, old. Oh, speaking of which, he, you know, I've had water issues and stuff at my house for a while. It's been a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on even fixing up this house when I bought it, and I was just wanting the land. Nicer house. Rent this one out eventually. But yeah, we've had to like do plumbing and shit on this thing so many times, and so like there's been this, basically one of the lines, drain line, like popped off. It's been like that for a while. We haven't had a thing to fix it or anything, so apparently he decided to crawl up underneath there today without telling me. And then he also busted the line off. So...
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want him messing with it, because he tends to break things. Or he gets mad and he throws shit and breaks things.
I was gonna say, yeah, then that breaks the thing that he threw, or something else, or both.
Yeah, it's usually something like that. So we fight a lot when it comes to projects. He has more experience than I do, though, but it's mostly that I research shit on the internet and I figure out how you're supposed to properly do it, and he tells me I'm a fucking dumbass and I don't know what I'm doing, and he's gonna do it. And then he doesn't plan for anything, and he does it in a way that it'll break in like 3 days. So, like that.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yep. I haven't used this red card at this place in a while. I know there's a comp board in here and some loot. No, that's what it was like years ago when I got this place. I was all ready to go to fix it and do my stuff, and I was gonna do custom showers and researched everything to like level out the floors and stuff, and then everyone shut down my plans constantly. They said like the floors can't handle the, you know, can't level it out because it put too much weight on the floor. And
so I'm on the right of that picture I just sent you on Snap. I've just been a skinny legend my whole life, bro. I'm just fucking tall and skinny. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but like I'm looking down and like essentially like leaning kind of back towards the wall. If that makes sense.
We don't really have to share stuff.
No, it wasn't stuff. I just wanted to say like that's me.
I need some drugs.
Okay, no, here's the one of my penis. No,
Give me a minute.
Fabrication request accepted. Beginning fabrication. Please stand by.
I can't remember if both of these comp boards are behind the red card in this one, or if it's just one.
Which one are you at?
Checkmate, I think. I know there's one in here, in this corner. I think there's another one somewhere. But there's supposed to be weapon loot, I think, in here somewhere. Oh, also, you want to try and two-man the radiated worm?
It's not possible.
Is it not?
No, not right. Not in its current. I mean, maybe it is, but we would both need Pembrokes for sure.
Pembroke.
Yeah.
That's the heat one.
Or like the Pembroke for radiation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy.
The one that like is actually armor though.
Yeah, well, it's only light armor.
No, they have one that's like bigger, I think.
I don't know. The marshmallow suit, I think, is just light armor. But, I mean, maybe there's
The yellow one?
I know there's like, I think Argentum or something is like a heavy set of armor people wear for that shit. For like,
I don't know. I know that there's like a yellow hazmat suit.
Mhm.
That.
Yeah.
What's
It's
that?
like the ASD version.
One sec, I can't hear you. I have to take my headphones off because my head tracking fell off my headphones.
Any weapon attachments in here? All the NPCs are dead in the last room. well. You get one tapped in the face. Oh, someone's shooting down here. Somewhere. That was a F9 LMG. Oh my god, I just jumped in a fucking copian pit. Fucking god. That might be the dumbest death I've ever had. That is...
You really just fell down a copian pit?
I didn't realize there's a copian pit down there in Checkmate. Like they can't even run out. It's just a copian pit. I was trying to jump down so I could see if that LMG guy was down there. There's like 20 of them just right underneath that final bridge. That sucks. Kind of wasted my key card. Mostly just need to go to Obituary anyways. There's a couple of red key cards go there.
You don't even need red key cards for Obituary, I don't think.
Well, the door glitching shit. I don't really
No, that one just has blue cards, I thought.
Actually, Obituary I think is the one that has the timed door.
That one's ruined. And like then you have to go grab like the individual key cards for each room that's in the timed room.
That one doesn't have a red card.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Obituary has one somewhere. I don't know if you need it to get to the end or not. Well, yeah, you do. It's that big ass door that everyone glitches through at the very beginning. Any case, like the red card and like Checkmate really isn't that big of a deal. I mean, you get like comp board 1 out of it or some shit. But I think like some gun parts. Also kind of sad that I guess Haggis didn't want to help me decide on finalized org decisions, I guess. So.
God, that was a fun fucking fight. Holy shit.
Oh, you fought your mom or something?
No, just like somebody, it wasn't an arrow and we were like all up close.
Oh.
But I just changed my fucking, some of my, like ship movement, inputs. So my left and right strafe are now my X-axis of my joystick.
Your vehicle has been moved to authority authority. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
I think about changing stuff sometimes, but then I'm like, I've played with it this long.
What's something? Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
I realized earlier though that these supervisor hangars, this whole time, like generally I just kind of like park super far away and then I fly a Dragonfly in just because, you know, people or whatever. But there's apparently a big ass rock that floats right in front of where the door is. You can just park behind. How'd your Hathor fight go?
Oh, I never ended up doing that. Fucking yellow never hit me up.
That's weird. I haven't even been back over there this patch.
Like Stanton?
I've been in Stanton because I unlocked the Onyx facility, but I haven't, I'm trying to do like a daily recombinant, and then I need to do Vandal Tech for some tubes, and I need to do the radiated worm, at least to go try and get a rail gun and a thing. I mean, I might not kill the actual worm, I might just go there for that. But, Hathor, there's nothing... I mean, I never really know what ship parts are there. I never really cared about it and the rest of it. So sometimes I get into fights with people that loot there repeatedly. But...
I've yet to run into players in an Onyx facility.
Yeah, it's not very common. I mean, I lived out of it for... I think like a week is what I was doing. And I only ran into one guy when I was there. It used to be my big thing, is every time a big event came out, I would go and I would live around it for a week. But then the new events just required too many people to complete it, so never really continued that. I wouldn't mind just like doing that though. It's something that I'll kind of miss with like instances if they do, I guess.
You are cleared to leave.
I usually tried to be friendly with people and they always try to kill you. So I did that at Pickers Field, had like a rare armor set that people wanted back in the day, and I lived there. And then I had a ship and I was just sat there and farmed the armor all day, and I had it loaded up in a bunch of boxes, and anytime someone landed I would let them like rumble through the box and take a set or whatever. And then a dude like called his friend, and they're like both looking at me weird, and then he pulled his gun out and I just like matrix dodged his shots and ran around him and fucked him up. But yeah, his stuff is fun.
Just fucking feeling like me, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like back then I was wearing like clothing all the time, so I blended into the NPCs. So if someone tried to like kill me or something, I'd just like run off in the crowd and pretend to be an NPC.
Mm.
Oh, 2 ships out here. Crazy. Probably hostile, I bet. Yeah, I almost thought about not even caring about farming the supervisor cards. I don't know if people even do executive hangers anymore. Just like flying over there and setting up a little ambush. See if I can catch somebody off guard.
You can. 100% can.
Yeah, just getting in there before they claim the ship is going to be the problem. We're thinking about doing that with the new guy, because he doesn't particularly care for like farming or anything. He just wants to like go around and shoot stuff and do whatever. But there's like weird things, like I've never been to the it's like Astrid's Halo or something, which is like a mining site. There's like places like that that I know people used to go or might still go, that like probably could go and try to like disable people or board them or something. I don't even know if people go to Ghost Hollow anymore.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what all spawns there, but like it was an event site back in the day. It's just you go in there and you do something to some towers, and it basically lets you activate a console that starts hacking or stealing like money. The longer it runs, the more credits you get. So it, like the first time it'd be like, oh, you wait like 10 minutes and you get like $100, and then 1,000 and 10,000 and 100,000.
During the event only, though, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, but it's just like a thing that you turn on. I don't really remember how you turn it on or do it, but it's just as long as it's running, it just keeps multiplying. So it's just it keeps going until somebody stops it, or that's what it used to do. I don't know what it does now. So that was the whole thing. Is like if you ran it and you were earning a bunch of money, then eventually people would get drawn to it because they would want the money, and you have to turn it off at some point to like cash out.
You had to like accept, like, route the transfer to you.
Yeah, I think so. I never really did it much. It was a PvP site, and then I remember GrieferNet was around there a lot in the past. But I went there like a few times. There used to be like missions that would spawn there. There's a lot of random places that you won't really ever see unless you kind of look around. Like Whistler's Crypt was like a place I lived out of for a long time, like a bandit, and it spawns like subscriber helmets and shit. And it's just like a crashed ship that you can like find on the ground. There's like a bunch of them like that. Little hidden dills everywhere.
Hell yeah.
I always liked that stuff though. You know, I could never ask like a group of people to do that with me, but it always felt cool. Like I would go and I would park a Hercules out there, and I would unload a ballista, and mercenary missions would spawn above you, and so people would come and do the merc missions, kill pirates and stuff, and like a ton of cargo would just like fall on the ground there. So you were like sitting there farming helmets and shit, and you had like infinite cargo boxes come down, and then when players were like fucking with you, you just like tap them with a ballista. No one paid any attention to you, and then there's like tarps and stuff there that you can park underneath so people can't see you. So,
oh hell yeah, I got some stealth tarps.
Yeah, just some shitty ass tarp. You should have saw our tarp tech 10 years ago that they showed us. Probably be in Squadron 42. That's the thing with this game, is they've showed us so much shit over the years, and I just assume it's for the single player game, but I plan for it being in the multiplayer game. But the storm systems that move across planets that you can like see and fuck with your ship, and atmospheric temperatures and air pressures and stuff inside your ship that, you know, you get a pull and it siphons out all your air. Like getting that in an MMO, like it'll probably be like 40 years from now. Who knows? Need to find that other helmet that I had for this. Oh yeah, I forgot you had a Snapchat or some shit.
Yeah, yellow's on, so I'm gonna hop over to the Discord and see what's happening.
Okay.
If you want to come over, go for it. If not, fucking.
Well, you said you're a dude in the hat, or you the dude in the middle, or you the dude with the vest?
Far right.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I got you. Go! Someone wants to talk. Who's got a med pen? You got it. Got one down. Oh, shit, that hurts. Yeah, well, we know. Oh, shit. Lost one. You got it.
In progress,
connectivity. Emergency access granted.
Emergency access granted.
Don't like this one damn bit.
Sword archaeology news. As somebody who specializes in swords, we gotta talk about it. And this is perfect for Ruin My Monday, where I talk about ruins, artifacts, and more to make your Monday suck less. And my name is Dr. Tanja Kallenbarger, and I bring the ancient world to you. I'm so excited. A 2,700-year-old bronze sword was just discovered in Poland. It was found by metal detectorists during, yes, a legal metal detectoring survey. And when they came across this, they didn't
Shields on. Engines are off. Engines are on. Shields damaged.
Today just got into it. Bring it! I've got you covered! Laying down covering fire!
Imprinted.
I got you! Go! Go!
Keycard.
I've got you covered!
Emergency access granted. Emergency access granted. Power offline.
Radar contact. Shields are Shields are shields damaged. Shields are. Water drive is now off. Quantum fuel is at 75%. Radar contact.
At the same time, we all recognize that success cannot be measured solely by sales or participation. The program must continue delivering the advanced capabilities our service members need on schedule and at a reasonable cost. That brings us to one of the most important topics before us today, making sure the Block 4 modernization effort gets and stays on track. Block 4 is essential to preserving the F-35's operational advantages it's not my job to judge affordability. So that's not good enough. And we talk about our global sustainment system reset.
Shit, that hurts.
I would say currently there are over 1,300 operational F-35, 832. If you look in numbers of bases, there are currently 42 different sites. I happen to have gone to Poland just week before last for that new base stand up and for their first aircraft.
Okay, let's do this.
In addition to that, there are 13 ships, 3 of which are international or in other nations. The rest are ours. But if I look back at
you owe me though.
when somebody sat here, it would have been John in 2016. We had participants in the program. Today we have 20. We had flight hours then at about 6 hours. We have across this time frame. There were 20 aircraft and there were 117. I already pointed out we've delivered and they're flying and operating over 1,300. We had hundreds of pilots, 300. Then we have 3,000, almost 3,500 pilots trained and almost 21,000 maintainers trained as well. 2016, we're up to 14 different services. So we're beyond several of those countries have received their entire program of record, and 2 of which have declared FOC, the Netherlands and Australia. I mentioned the site activations. There were 9 are now up across the globe. That's a significant footprint. So why do I do it that way? This program is truly joint, not just across the departments of Air Force and the Navy and our 3 U.S. services in development, in sustainment, in production, and operation. In development, we had our coordination that way. In training today, just last week, we had an international force in the high north training in Norway, landing their jets on highways and filming U.S. jets as well as Italian and other nations. We're wearing as a joint force. That is not something I'm sure we envisioned in 2016. We have the same Pacific, and we share a global
I decided to finish my RN to BSN. I transferred to University of Phoenix. They made the process simple, and since I didn't have to repeat work I'd already done, I earned my degree faster. Transfer your eligible credits and keep your momentum.
Give me 60 seconds and I'll show you why you should be buying silver and how we get started. Continuing price spikes in groceries, healthcare, and housing tell the story of inflation.
Well, thanks for that. And as long as you brought it up, let's just get right into the paying for piece of it, because we're in this moment now where our fiscal year 27 budget included considerable amount of money in mandatory spending for the F-35. In fact, over 13 billion. Some of this is additional aircraft and associated initial spares, but a lot of it is fully funding and accelerating existing mission critical programs, to include 1.3 billion for the Block 4 engine and power thermal management upgrade. Can you give us a sense of how you break that out between the requested budget, appropriations, gross appropriations, and possible reconciliation 3.0, and if there's a contingency plan if one or the other doesn't work out? Because as you know, we're rather famous for not funding things on time.
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. First, I will start I appreciate the reconciliation. Last year, $1 billion was allocated towards the F-35 program. That's going under contract. That will enable us to help stabilize some of the support that we mentioned in spare parts. For the 27 budget, I'll be clear that we submitted our budget for the F-35 program in its entirety. And so what is in the base budget, as well as in, whether you call it discretionary or mandatory, the totality is what we believe is required. It gets after, it does have an increase in aircraft. It's a buy of 85 aircraft for the U.S., and that combines with the international partners and friends as well. So if we did not get the totality of the budget, only got one portion of it, there's a significant impact for the production line and the number of aircraft, as well as in the details of how that budget was split. So I understand, I am obviously supportive of the budget in its entirety. It will fund the Block 4, it will fund the engine core upgrade, as well as the BTMU upgrade, the EPM in its entirety, and both of those are essential for the engine to enable even the full capabilities of the Block 4 as we do it. And I will tell you, it's not my first lap in the F-35 program. A decade ago, I started in here with the beginning of what was Block 4. So I'm both happy to be back and a little, surprised that we haven't fielded as much as we had planned. So I understand the importance of it. I do recognize that we have, of the original requirements, we have fielded 22 of them, and we continue in the incremental software upgrades. We delivered 7 of the Block 4 capabilities in last year's upgrade. There's another 6 planned for this summer in the software upgrade. So, but to fully do the development work, we do need that budget.
Thanks for that. It gets a little bit into maybe what I want to bring up next, and that is what problems do you see in the deployment pipeline that they're most readily fixable to achieve to achieve the goal and to get up to speed as you describe it?
Yes, sir. Well, I will tell you, I'll talk about sustainment first. I think in my job, I think I work for the aviation maintainers, and I think if I look at it, our job is to deliver combat readiness. It is sustainment first of our existing fleet and the ability to maintain the fleet that we get. So we looked and did a very detailed analysis across our whole sustainment system, came across 5 areas that we now call in our global GSS reset in that sustainment system, and we're going to go through and start executing that. That is not just solely about buying spare parts. It is inclusive of that, catch up on the investment that we have failed to make in the past, and then to keep up in that. But it is also relooking at our entire maintenance plan, all the way through from the very to the depot level. With 1 million plus flight hours we have learned on the aircraft, we can make some adjustments. With over 13 countries operating process reset. And I will tell you what we have done about that. We went back and looked at the modeling that we had for the spares that we were asking folks to buy, and we have remodeled and baselined. It's not JPO math. We have made sure you mentioned both of the other services as far as the Air Force and the Navy, and gone through to make sure it's the same thing. And that is now what we're putting forth as a requirement, which is the reason why in this generational investment of the 27 budget will help us. So we will fill up the available parts. I think that is the main driver. It's not a systemic issue with the system having the ability. It's enough parts and pieces torchbearers when they talk to each other. The way the interoperability of the aircraft itself amongst its flight, but it's really global. We will field starting next year a beyond line of sight receive capability across, and you figure out of the network, we get that across the globe. So right now you're going, you got about 30 kilowatts.
Engines are off. Landing complete.
What I have here, but to get to the cooling needed to for the full capability of the APG-85 needs to be something higher. It seems like 62 kilowatts of cooling. Yes, sir. The requirement that we have for the program going forward is 62 to 80. We can talk specifics about the radar downstairs. That is incorporated into the Block 4 requirements. The challenge I see is if the totality of Block 4, when it's installed in all the aircraft, it takes the complete power available, which is 32. It's a cooling, really, is what we're looking at, the ability, and there's no margin, which, as you know, is not a smart way to go. So we have an incremental approach to increase that, and we have an ongoing program to look at a more systemic and affordable upgrade to the power thermal management across the program. So when the APG-85 radars start to get delivered, I imagine some airplanes are going to come with them installed, and others, they'll go back to the depot, I imagine, depot level maintenance to get the radar installed in those 6 Marine Corps jets. Is the EMS going to be available at the same time to get the required at the same time?
Life been good to you recently?
I used to think all those old times were about nonsense, but I suppose
Sure thing.
sustainment system resets whenever a storm's about to hit.
Got some great new products.
Hey, what's up?
Come on and check them out.
And getting after whether it's the maintenance program, the spares, the processing through there, the organic and the commercial depot repair will align greatly to the results of what they have identified.
How is it? Good?
Thank you.
The attacks are fancy
My questions remaining.
Everyone knows to focus on targeting communications and other key infrastructure first.
Not that it's this portion.
Look, all I say,
How you doing?
appreciate any day where you don't gotta
I need to
deal
spend
with
some
the-
time on my gear. It's been too long since I've done a proper clean of my armor and weapons. It's the one thing I miss about the army. It kept me disciplined enough to keep everything tip-top.
If it wasn't for you and your study habits, I wouldn't be here today. Wow, wow. That right there says it all. I was in my 50s when I decided to pursue my master's. With my experience, I was approved to go into the competency-based master's degree that only took 1 year. And it didn't take away from my everyday life. For my kids to speak highly of me, it means the world. It means the world.
Sounds good.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I don't know if you've heard, but Mint's premium wireless is $15 a month. But I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk.
Right?
No, it's not.
Let me take
It's just
that.
when you watch the big game. I haven't watched anything in 7 years because I have 4 children. Just sign up online at mintmobile.com. It is an introvert's dream.
No problem.
Okay. You're cool. Some great new product. Great new product. Come on and check them out. Sure thing.
Hey folks, welcome back to SC Haulers on Saxon Line, and today we're getting into the Rico Battaglia missions in Star Citizen 4.9 PTU. Now, prefacing this entire video with this statement right here, please don't forget it, this is PTU BTU. Things can change. I just want to get you guys a look at what these missions
Can
have.
I get you something?
And so we're going to start with reputation. Rico Battaglia has
Hello.
her own reputation.
Thanks for coming in.
It has 5 different ranks that you can have, ending in senior mechanic, starting with neutral, and then you have apprentice, junior mechanic, technician, senior mechanic. That aside, if we want to take a look at the contracts, now you're supposed to go talk to Rico Battaglia, but currently as it stands, you find these missions in the priority contract section. And I think eventually these missions are going to transfer over to Rico, but we will see what happens. Once you start out these missions, you're going to have 3 different contracts that you can accept. 2 of them are going to be mining related. One is going to be for mining asteroids, and
Hello. Thanks for coming in. If you need it, I've got it. How can I help you? How you been? What's up with you? Welcome. Got some great new products. Come on and check them out. Sure thing. So come on, talk If to you me. need it, I've got it. Sure thing. Just got a new shipment of stuff? Have a look. What's up with you? Okay.
Ghost your ROI worries. Ooh. Spend smarter. Snapchat ads.
Want to train like us?
Build your workout from our workouts. What are you training for?
Take the quiz for a chance to win.
Do you have what it takes?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am definitely prepared. Definitely. Like you have no idea how prepared I actually am. I am very super duper prepared. You just don't know it. That's all. That's your fault for not knowing preparedness when you see it. My mouse isn't charged. I had to shove food in my face. I got a short up today. How's everyone doing, dude?
Wake up.
I'm awake. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope you're looking good. Hope you're smelling good. Did you shower today? Did you shower today? Or are you stinky? If you're stinky, get up and go shower. Okay? No stinky people in the stream. I hope everyone's doing well, though. Today we have 4.9, ladies and gentlemen. It is out. It is finally here, and I'm very excited. Very happy. We're gonna try the super heavy armor. We're gonna try and get our hands on a bullpup. We're gonna try all different sorts of different things. Yeah, because I said so. That's why. So take that. Okay. I'm setting up my Tobii eye tracker now for the first time. It's probably gonna fall because I didn't give it time to set, and I just stuck the thing on it. But that's okay. I'm not organized today. You guys know when you like one of those days you just don't feel organized? Well, that's today. My mouse feels dirty and gross. Like really nasty. It just feels gross. You know what I mean? Like one of those days, you know? Anyway. Found a new toy to play with. Huh? Area 18 has transport system. They're updating it till after I was just complaining. See, that's why you don't complain. CIG are always working for you, okay? They want you to be happy. Remember that, guys. Remember that, guys. Okay, they want you to be happy. All right. I think I showered on 1820. Wait, what? Huh? It was mentioned the Tibron laser hit registers improved further. Any chance you could give it a go sometime? Yes. Yes, we could try that today too. I would love to try that today. There's probably a lot of things that are like not shown that have happened, you know? But first, let me take a selfie. I'm just kidding. But first we're gonna check out. I don't like this hat. I'll be right back. Oh, I will be right back. What I meant to say was I'll be right back. I'm sorry, you guys already waited a while.
What can I get you? What can I get you? Buy something, just take up space for free. If you need it, I've got it.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again.
Welcome to Republic Space Industries. Enjoy the rush. System check.
That's so funny that CIG isn't. It's the weirdest thing that they're intentionally blocking us, considering what's going to happen with this cargo. And the thing that's going to happen with the cargo is it's dummy cargo. It's not real cargo, so you can't take it, even if the ship ports are unlocked. Like this is just here. And you can see the tractor beams working, but this is just here as dummy cargo. You can't actually. There's nothing you can do with it. It's the funniest thing, but that is that mission. We get clear of the ship. You have to be about 150 kilometers away, and then the mission will complete, and you can go on to the next one. This particular mission, well, I've had issues actually getting it while I'm at Levski. Anytime I've gone outside of Levski or outside of that DGS server, I've been able to find it, and this thing is working flawlessly every single time. It gives me a huge reputation. Now the next one, I'm in the mole specifically because I want to show you the mining mission. And the mining mission, there's two of them. One is to scan the rocks. The other one is to mine the rocks. Now, every single time, and somebody mentioned this in my live stream as well, but every single time I've accepted these missions, it's always been iron. They always want you to go after iron, which is interesting because iron tends to be quite dense, which means the rocks are quite large, and starter ships like the Golem, or maybe not starter, but the Prospector, are going to struggle with some of the larger rocks unless you have the right loadout. And even then, a lot of these rocks are pushing like 30, 40, 50k in size because it's iron, and the Golem and the Prospector will struggle. Well, one, they won't be able to do those, but two, they will struggle with the higher end rocks even then. Now I wanted to show you these missions in the mole for a very specific reason. I've been able to complete this before, but I'm not in the mole, oddly enough. And so we go over to the iron rock, we scan it through the pilot seat, and I've also done this in I've not scanned the rock at all from the pilot seat, I've done it from the laser head, and it just does not update the mission at all. So the mole is not working for these particular sets of missions, but I'm going to go back to the main menu, I'm going to get my Golem and fly back out to my mole, and then we're going to accept this mission again while we're in the Golem, and then do the same thing.
I'm not buying until you release a variety pack. I said we can't do a variety pack, and that was a lie, so I'm sorry. The real reason we didn't release one was because all the flavors had to be in stock, but they were selling out. And on top of that, we also had to finish developing our.
So we're back with the Golem. We're going to scan these rocks here, and after we scan the rocks, you'll notice that the mission actually updates. So we're going to go to this smaller one, and already we didn't even scan it yet, and it's already given us mission markers to mine the rock that is here. And so we're going to go ahead and mine it. Once you finish mining it, another interesting thing happens with this mission, which is every single secondary break that you have is going to update the mission and say you need to mine that particular section, and you can see all the mission markers that just popped up. Fortunately, with this rock, every secondary one was already extractable, so all we had to do was extract it, and that was pretty nice. So you can see here with our last extractable rock, we
you need it, I've got it. If you need it, I've got it.
Imprint deployed. Keycard ready. Imprint deployed. Keycard ready.
Chill, bro. You want a blue card? I'll give it to you. What are the odds that he killed himself? Okay.
Access granted.
swear they were right here.
Whole time y'all let me have my pistol not be loaded. It's embarrassing.
Hello. Thanks for coming in. Sure thing.
You need something? Got some stuff here.
Hi.
Shit for sale.
Thanks for coming in.
Got shit for sale.
If you need it, I've got it. How can I help you? Okay.
You
What
need
would you
something?
like?
Got some stuff here.
Fine.
What will it be? Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Come on and check them out. Need anything?
That's how it goes, I guess. You need something? Got some stuff here.
Sure thing. What can I get you? If you need it, I've got it. If you need it, I've got it. We've got new shipment and stuff. Have a look. Howdy. So what's up? You're cool. How can I help you? Can I get you anything?
Whatever.
Why buy something? Take my place in series. You welcome.
You need something? Got some stuff here.
Great new product. Come on and check them out. Can I help you with something? Okay. Sure thing.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale. something? Got some stuff here. Fine. You need something? Got some stuff here.
Okay.
You want something? Shit for sale. Got shit for sale. You need something? Got some stuff here. You need something? Got some stuff here. Hey. You need something? Got some stuff here. You need something? Got some stuff here. You need stuff? I got stuff. What can I get you?
How can I help you?
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Sure thing.
You need stuff? I got stuff. Yeah, okay. What you want? Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
If you need it, I've got it.
You need something? Got some stuff here.
If you need it, I've got it.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
You need stuff? I got stuff.
Some great new products. Come on and check them out.
You need something? Got some stuff here.
Great new products. Come on and check them out.
Yeah, okay.
Speak your truth.
You want something? You need stuff? I got stuff.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
Some great new products. Come on and check them out.
Whatever. You need something?
Okay.
Got some stuff here.
If you need it, I've got it.
You need stuff? I got stuff. You need stuff. I got stuff. Fine. Hey, what's up? Come see what we got. You need something? Got some stuff here. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. Hey. Yeah, have a look around. You need something? Got some stuff here.
How you been?
I knew the Frontier Fighters were a bunch of assholes. They were just way too
You need something?
gung-ho
Got
about
some stuff
busting
here.
Pyro.
You need stuff? I got stuff. Fine. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. Ship for sale. Got ship for sale. What can I get you?
You're all right.
Still trying to make some moves. Caught wind of a couple
You
of
need something?
opportunities that I'm looking
Got
into.
some stuff here.
We'll see.
That's how it goes, I guess.
Welcome. Yeah, okay. You need stuff? I got stuff. You need something? Got some stuff here.
What's been going on with you?
You need stuff? I got stuff. You need stuff? I got stuff. You need something? Got some stuff here. sale. Got shit for sale.
Some things just boggle the mind.
Pretty wild.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look. Have a look. If you need it, I've got it. Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
Shower, climbed into bed, shut the lights off. I was out in 10 seconds.
Great new product. Come on and check them out.
As a kid, cutting out steps was the best decision I ever made.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
If you need it, I've got it. Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
You need stuff. I got stuff.
Got some great new products. Come on and check them out. Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
You need something? Got some stuff here.
Great new products. Come on and check them out. Great
You need stuff? I got stuff.
If you need it, I've got it. If you need it, I've got it.
You need stuff? I got stuff. You need stuff? I got stuff. You need something? Got some stuff here.
Just got a new shipment of stuff. Have a look.
How you doing?
Shit for sale.
Great new
Got shit for sale.
Come on and check them out.
You need stuff? I got stuff.
Everything good with you?
What's up?
If you need it, I've got it.
Tell me, any news?
You need something? Got some stuff here.
Tell me, any news?
Shit for sale. Got shit for sale.
cleared to leave. Attention! This vehicle will be moved into storage to accommodate other customers.
Landing gear raised. Shields off.
Thank you for visiting. Safe travels.
Auto drive is now on. Auto drive is now off. Shields on. Shields off. Shields on. Shields off.
My next talent. Let me do this. Ew! Like that?
You wanna see something crazy?
He's literally Tumnus. What's his name? Tumnus? Ooh!
Looks like shields off.
My next talent. Let me do this.
Men have superpowers, and we're gonna steal them, master them, and use them against them. Are you ready? The first superpower that men have, okay, that are very hard for women, almost impossible. The thing that men can do is that they can genuinely not care.
Auto drive is now on.
Raptor 3 has almost twice the thrust of Raptor 1. Wow. So you see, Raptor 3 looks like it's got parts missing, right?
And how many?
It's very, very clean.
How many of them are on the rocket?
There's 33 on the booster.
And his point is that democratic policy is opening up the border, flooding the country with immigrants, setting up what Elon Musk predicts will be like essentially a one-party country in the way that California is, in effect, a one-party state. Do you think there's any credence in what he's saying?
No, I think that Elon Musk is a 97 IQ man who masquerades as a 137 IQ man, and all of his followers are 85 IQ, so they all believe that he's a stupid. It's just astoundingly fucking stupid when it comes to talking about anything outside of his very narrow set of expertise, which just seems to be creating a whole bunch of children with a whole bunch of women. Again, we've been hearing these same arguments for decades. Every immigrant votes for liberals because conservatives are insane. That's their fault. You can't find a way to appeal to anybody that comes into this country that's not bought in and indoctrinated with your political ideology from birth. That sounds like a fucking you problem.
His point is that democratic policy is opening up the...
Quantum drive is now off. Shields on. Weapons system is off.
See what we get this down to.
Shields off. Shields are on. Weapons system is on. damaged.
Pushing! Taking casualties. Hostile detected.
Hostiles! Friendly!
We need a medic! Fire! Just delaying the inevitable. We're ready! Fire! Friendly hit!
They're gonna pay for that.
We need a medic!
We're under attack!
Friendly covering!
Shit! Look out!
Here comes trouble! Covering! We've got contact!
Shit! Look out!
Got you covered! Hostile detected! Justice, we're friendly! Here comes trouble! Double close! Taking casualties! Suppressing fire! Here comes trouble!
Friendly down! to move!
Under fire! Ah, they dropped one!
Unauthorized access is strictly forbidden.
We need a medic! Hostile detected!
Get down! I'm hit!
They just picked up a friendly!
Friendly down! One less problem to worry about. Suppressive fire! We're under attack! Shit! Contact!
This facility is not currently in operation. Unauthorized access is strictly forbidden.
Interesting.
This facility is not currently in operation. Unauthorized access is strictly forbidden.
That's enough for today anyway.